Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, user.
What up?
How are you?
God is real.
Sure. I agree. Okay. I'm in the affirmative on that, user. I believe God is real too.
Get back to hey, it's not the truth, man.
Oh, hello, brother. How are you? I muted you up just for a second.
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
Okay.
I'm just so I'm about to call Nicole right now.
I got you.
I'm gonna send you a soda right now. All right. And hopefully it makes you turn into a Muslim. You feel me?
Well, that's not going to happen.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I've looked in. I'm not an expert in Islam, but I've looked into it enough to know that. All right. That was a waste of time. And you didn't sound like you were 18. Live. Good morning.
Hey, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so far so good. How about you?
Yeah, I guess the Iran situation, yeah.
Okay. What about it?
I don't think that Trump should have started shit for a start.
Okay. Do you have anything on the
cool.
Do you have anything on the topic?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with end times revelation or anything like that. It's not religious. It's not a religious thing. It's just colonial behavior, neo-colonial behavior.
No, I'm saying do you? I understand that
from that area.
I got you. You're talking about Trump and the Iranian war, which I don't mind a little bit, obviously, because it might be on topic. But do you have anything on the topic? Because his war with Iran is not my topic.
Well, his war with Iran has more to do with political situations. So,
yeah,
whether it be his personal approach to trying to keep his name out of the media.
I get it, brother. Do you have anything, brother? Do you have anything on the topic?
The flood.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't have anything to offer on that.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm not interested in talking about the war, guys, unless it pertains to the topic. And to the question, there is no, well, let me see, I read this, hold on. There is no geological evidence. That's not even true by a little bit. It's literally all over the planet in hydrologic sorting and polystrata fossils. So to say that there's no geological evidence, it's literally all over the planet. You have stratification lines that are uniform all over the planet. So you're not right on that, not even close. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. How you doing?
Doing good, brother. I hope you are.
I'm good. I still want to go to the flat part, right? I remember last time you were like the flat is kind of like real. and all this. But I remember asking you about the characters. Then, okay, we could then let's assume that the flood is real. But how about the characters? Like, do you think the characters are also real? Because when you look into the Epic of Gilgamesh, the characters are different from the one in the Bible. And like, would you believe that the characters in the Bible are actually the real characters?
Thank you for the stickers,
And
guys.
why?
Yeah. So, yeah, I would take the telling of the story, the Bible's telling of the story to be true. Yeah.
And why?
Well, I mean, you asked me this question yesterday, remember? And it's because the Epic of Gilgamesh has an older recitation of the story doesn't mean that it's true. We know that the common thought process of saying that they stole it from the Epic of Gilgamesh because that's older is not true, because we know that the stories were going around before the Epic of Gilgamesh wrote it down. And yesterday I used the Hawaiian people as an example. They didn't steal it from the Epic of Gilgamesh because they wasn't around when it was written down, obviously, but yet they still have the same story. And their main antagonist, if you will, was Nu'u, and Nu'u made a wooden canoe and put all the animals on it. So it's not whoever has the oldest story is the truth. So the reason why I picked the Bible over the Epic of Gilgamesh and all of these other events is because the Bible was written for it to be history. It wasn't written as a fairy tale. It was written as history. And why would I disregard that when I see evidence for it all over the planet? Again, hydrologic sorting, polystratofossils, bone beds that take up several states, coal formations. Why would I give up that evidence to say that the Bible's recitation of it's not true?
No, I get your point, right? And what I'm actually saying is the characters themselves, not the event. Let's assume that the event happened. How about the characters? Like,
I know, but if I believe, brother, if I believe, I got you. But if I believe the Bible's telling of the flood story, then the names that they assign to these individuals, like Noah, then if I believe the Bible's recitation of it, then naturally I would believe the names that go along with the recitation of that story.
Hey, Creation.
What's up, brother?
Why do Christians why do we allow Jews to assault our children and steal our money?
Why
don't you grow some nuts?
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. So, and then what if someone else also believes in the Epic of Gilgamesh? That's true, but I don't think it would make it also as true, right? So I feel like believing in something doesn't make it really true.
Yeah, that's true. Just because you believe in something doesn't make it a fact. But
meaning then maybe now if you believe that maybe the historical figure Noah was the real history, he is a real historical figure, the character Noah, then that also make it that you just believe it because that you're a Christian, and because you're a Christian now you believe that it is true. But if somebody else who do not believe, or somebody else who believes in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then maybe think that those figures, those characters were true, and how would you go about that?
I would, again, like we did yesterday, brother. I don't know how many times we're going to have this same discussion. So I want you to be able to follow along, right? So I would tell them about the Bible, right? And why the Bible's true. And if the other places in the Bible is true, then why would I not agree with this part of the Bible? Right? Like if you had a book, and this book was a book of stories, and all of the stories in it were perfectly fine. And this is a hypothetical. I'm giving you a thought process here. All of the stories in it were 100% scientifically accurate and true beyond a shadow of a doubt. But there was one story in the book that you couldn't determine if it was true or not. But all the other stories were absolutely true. But this story matched somebody else's story, and you didn't know whose story was telling the truth. Well, the other story that's written down in other books, those books have a bunch of problems in them, a bunch of lies and a bunch of contradictions and so forth and so on. So who do you give the benefit of the doubt to?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I do get you. and thanks for that as well.
Right.
And then, what is your thought on like the end times and like what is your belief? Do you believe in the rapture, that the rapture is gonna happen literally, or
Yeah, I believe in a literal rapture, and I believe that it is 3.5 years. So it'll be. Some people call that mid-trib, but it'll be after the tribulation, but before the wrath of God. And so, yeah, I believe in a literal rapture.
and you believe in on also people's prophecy about the rapture? Because one of the things about the rapture that I also like realize is that almost every generation kind of like think that their time is the end time, like that they're living in the end time.
Yeah, I wouldn't put every generation that since Jesus has obviously thought that they lived in the end times, and I wouldn't put a date on it or say it's close or far. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Like, shouldn't there be like a generation just that might not just think that we're living in the end time? Like, is that possible?
Again, I have no idea, brother. So yeah, some people think that they're in the end time. Some people don't believe in the end time. I don't know. So yeah, man, I won't start getting really worried about it until they start building the third temple. If they get the third temple rebuilt, then obviously I'll be a little bit different, because the Antichrist needs the third temple to do the abomination of desolation and all that. So not worried about it right now.
Yeah, and brother, it tells us the guest. It tells us that we shouldn't worry about the end times, or really discuss what is about to happen, because only God knows what He's going to do, and we shouldn't scare ourselves into thinking that we know what He's going to do to the world. So it's just not good for us to think about that stuff, you know.
Well, I think the church should be prepared, but I wouldn't. Yeah,
Well,
I wouldn't
you can prepare
worry
yourself,
about it.
but you shouldn't obsess over what's going to happen.
Right. I would agree with that. What's up, brother? You doing all right?
Well,
iPhone. How you doing, brother?
no,
Oh, I'm doing good, yeah.
I'm okay.
You're okay too.
That's good, man.
No,
You have anything on the topic?
good. No,
No.
No.
I do what? Good and me, okay?
Hey, what? Man, I got added to you guys live, bro. What's the live
Good,
about?
well, no.
What's?
No,
All right, hold on. I'm getting a lot of people in here talking at one. ABIKA. I'm not going to try to say your name. I'm going to mess it up.
and
Okay.
Aran.
Okay. You have anything on the topic?
Hey, what's the live about?
It's
I
about
got added up here.
evolution is false, the flood was real, and end times.
Oh, this the Bible what? Okay. I'm a church guy. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I'm gonna start off with that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay, I'm a Christian, so I want to learn.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm Samoan, so we learn by Samoan language. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna listen. I want to hear you talk
Okay.
about the Bible. I'm gonna stay with this live. You know, I've been through a lot of live up in here with my language kind people. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay,
I'm
bro.
gonna stay right here. I'm gonna stop right here.
All right.
I'm gonna learn. Let me learn.
All right, brother. Fair enough. Marshall, what's up, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
So the thing about the rapture and the end times and all that, and they say that every generation thinks they're living in it. But if you look at the signs, man, just look at the signs. All you need to do is talk and take a look, dude, at what's going on in the world today, man. And there's a lot of stuff being put into place by our president and by the Jewish whatever he is, the president of Israel over there, man. They're setting the groundwork for the Antichrist to take him, man. Like they got a board of peace what 10 world rulers on it. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be the new world order, and how they're gonna get everybody to, and you know, as far as like Elon Musk when he's doing with the Neuralink and all that too, man. Just people need to stop and nobody wants to really look at it. Everybody don't want to talk about it, but man, if you can't look around you and see that we're moving in a very rapid trajectory toward that time, man, and there's something wrong. I don't know what to say.
Well, I don't disagree with a whole lot that you said there, but we're always, every day is another day. We're always moving closer to the end time. So
That's a fact.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, they're setting up a lot of institutions to take place. Like, you know, the thing about the third temple is Donald Trump has done more to move that third temple shit along than anybody before him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's coming, man. Just I hope people find God before that. You know.
yeah.
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump, don't need to talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is already saying already, guys. He's been doing a lot of stuff behind our back. But he didn't post it on social media. He's been doing a lot of negative stuff. Way negative than what negative is about human being. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is guys, this is not a political live. It's more
No.
about,
No. Yeah, I know. Okay. My question is, why do some churches post up the roof that say this date that God is gonna come through. When it comes to that date, God don't come through. Even though it's not, Christian wise or whatever.
I don't.
There's Mormon. I'm someone, I don't know how to name churches, but
I got
can
you.
name it in someone.
Right. Get your learn a little bit of theology and stuff, brother. I would encourage you to do that a little bit more. You know, Mormons, they don't believe in the same God that I believe in. So I know some people call them Christians, but in an effort to be a Christian, you need to believe in the same God that I do, and they don't. So I wouldn't consider them to be.
What I learned as what I picture as myself as a Christian, that Mormons write their own Bible.
Yeah.
They write their own stories.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't.
You know how there's the new version and the old version.
I'm not here to argue with Mormons, but yeah, they're not real Christians.
Their leader of the religion is a conman, like a known conman, bro.
Yeah.
And look, Pope is like the church that you know with the statue of Jesus or Mary, whatever. When they go into a church.
All right.
Let me
Hold on one second, brother. I'm gonna mute you up real quickly, okay? Do we have anything on the topic? Right? Do we have anything? Does anybody have anything on the topic? Creation, flood, or end times. I don't mind us rabbit trailing a little bit, but if we're starting to go off into
I'm kind
other
of thinking about evolution stuff. If you don't mind, I jump in because we're kind of being back and forth over this.
Sure.
What's your evidence that we're not gaining any kind of new information? And what's your definition by new information?
I gave you that yesterday, guy. Come on, man. Like I like to talk to new people and not rehash arguments that I literally just. I literally just had this conversation with you yesterday. Do you not remember it?
Yeah, I remember. I kind of remember some aspects of it, but I was thinking.
Okay, you're asking me to prove a negative also. So you would be in the affirmative. It's your responsibility to prove it, not me. You can't ask me to prove why nothing's gaining. I don't know. You would have to prove that it is gaining. My contention is that information is not being gained. So how could I prove that it's not being gained? It would be on you to prove that it is being gained. So I will give you the definition again, and let's, no disrespect. I don't mean this in a mean way, but let's pay attention to it so I don't got to give it to you again tomorrow if we do this again, right? So genetic, for evolution to be true outside.
Burden of proof is on me actually here, so I will agree with that.
Okay, so for evolution to be true, obviously outside of microevolution, I need to see genetic information gained. Genetic, because it has to be passed on to its children, right? Yet it wouldn't do any good for me to have this big evolutionary step forward, but then I can't pass that information on to my children, so it has to be genetic. Information as far as new structures, new code, new functions, new DNA, right? That's information. And then it would have to be gained from obviously when it wasn't there before. So genetic information gained. So every example that hold on, brother. Every example that I get from evolutionists is either an example of microevolution, which is just the same information. There's no new information there, like taking a wolf kind of animal and breeding it down to a dog. There's loss of information, one, but then it's just trait isolation. So they'll show me an example of microevolution, or they'll show me an example of degradation and then claim that that's evolution, like you did yesterday with the vestigial structures.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Gotcha. Thank you very much. I kind of got it go, but like I already got that answer what I wanted. Have a nice day.
Thank you, man. You too. Okay.
Hey, I have a question.
All right, brother. Go ahead.
So Noah was the one that built the yacht.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And it comes on about that there will be soon going to be another flood, right?
There's not going to be another flood.
It's not going to be another flood, but it's going to be, it's the same. If you compare the story of the flood to the end of the world, if you listen to if you read the word the story of the flood before,
So what was your
you know how it says the beginning, the end, the omega, and the
brother? What was your question?
Who's the next Nova?
There's not going to be another Noah. God said that he destroyed the planet the first time with water. The next time he destroys, it's going to be with fire. And then after that, it's going to be...
That's with Noah. Noah went and set the animal. And,
nah, brother, there's not going to be another ark where animals get on it. The next time the world's going to be destroyed, God's going to create a new heaven and a new earth, okay?
Where in the Bible that is? I'm not challenging you. I just want to
know. No, it's in the Bible. One, it's after the flood of Noah, and then two, it talks about it in end times, right? In the book.
I'm talking about our likewise.
I got you. Well, listen to me here. I'm not trying to be. I'm going to mute you up, okay? I appreciate you coming up, but you need to learn some basics, okay? You need to learn the basics of Christianity so that you can have a more in-depth conversation. So I'm going to move you down to the comments. I do appreciate you coming up, but just listen to me have a conversation with these individuals and take some notes and learn from it, okay? No disrespect to you, and I do appreciate you coming up, but as a young Christian, let's learn the basics of Christianity, and then we can have a more in-depth conversation, okay, brother? I appreciate you coming up. Just thinking, what's up, man? Welcome back.
Hold on, man. Still in here, get some of that wisdom from you.
I'm gonna try to help you out best I can.
All right, let me ask you this.
Okay.
If me or really everybody else on the planet, I guess, does not read the Bible and say go to church, do we still have a chance of going to heaven?
Yeah, nowhere in the Bible that says you have to go to church. Well, to be saved, it does say you need to go to church. It says, forsake not to assemble yourselves together. So you should go to church. You should strengthen your faith. You should surround yourself with people that can, that believe like you, and, at least once a week, so that you can get that renewed strength. But the Bible does not say you have to go to church to be saved. So as far as salvation is concerned.
You have to read the Bible, though, to go to church. To get to heaven. You have to read it daily.
No.
You have to read it at least one time or anything like that.
No.
No?
There's plenty of people that can't read that were saved.
Okay. Well, there's my question. Why do we want to waste our time doing it?
Why would that
should
be?
we-
Why would that be a
should
waste
you
of
waste
time?
your time reading something
Because
day in and day out if you're already going to go? Explain it to me.
because we have a mandate. God tells us to go and preach the gospel to all corners of the world, right? We're supposed to preach in the nations. So if I
You
wasn't,
just said yourself that I'm going to go to heaven even
Right,
if I don't
so-
read it.
so here's my thing, Justin. Let's imagine that you're an unlearned person and you're coming in here and you're asking me about Christianity. You're on this search, and you're asking me about Christianity, and I tell you, I don't know. I'm just saved. That's all I care about. Okay. But then you're asking, somebody else comes up on the panel and they start telling you about evolution, but they're using facts and logic. And here I am going, I don't know. I don't care. I'm saved. Well, who do you think that person's more likely to go to? Right. So it helps
what
me
I'm
to
saying is,
bring people
what
to
does it
Christ.
matter
Thank you
if
for the
you're still
stickers.
going to heaven? What does it matter whether you win an argument or not?
It's
I
not.
mean, when you get to heaven,
Just-
do you think he's going to give you a litmus test of what
Just,
verse you know? Or
did
what?
you just hear anything that I said, or did you just ignore it?
Well, no, I'm trying to get
All right,
to
so
your-
then what
your
was-
deal. It's like,
Then what was
is the
just
argument?
then I don't want to waste my time with you today. You're allowed to
Well,
come
you
up.
can't answer is what I'm saying.
I know,
But go
I
ahead.
know. I want you to straw man I want you to steel man my position. What was my point in what I said? What was the point in what I said?
But you never have a point. That's
All right.
the point right
All
there.
right, brother. Have a
You
good
know?
one. Yeah. If you can't follow, I'm not wasting my time with you today.
Can I intervene on that real quick?
Sure.
So the whole point of reading it is if you go sit in the church on Sunday, just because that man sits behind the pulpit and preaches doesn't mean what he's preaching is truth. If you don't go home and verify it, you don't know if you're
Yeah.
being accepted or not.
Yeah. Good point.
Right.
My point to him was, though, is the reason why I'm learned in it, though, is because I want to be able to bring other people to Christ. And I can't have a conversation with people that can't follow simple logic today. All right. You have been, yeah, you're good. The Real, you have been in here. Comcoin Collective, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
What do you got?
Well, I'm still curious if you can, from our last conversation, explain to me why we still keep talking about microevolution as if it's a thing.
All right. So you don't believe in microevolution.
I don't understand why Christian people, I don't understand why intelligent design people make a distinction between micro and macroevolution when evolutionary scientists do not. Why is there a need to make a distinction that's not?
They did, just because they changed their definitions later on to try to make it seem like micro and macro are the same thing. That's what evolutionists constantly do. They
When
change.
did the change occur?
I don't
When
know. I
did
didn't.
evolutionary
I don't know. I didn't write it down.
scientists-
Are you saying that micro and macro evolution are creationist terms, and the creationists come up with them?
They were first introduced into a book written in 1949 called The Creationist Understanding of the World. They were later adopted by a man named Michael Behe, who wrote Darwin's Black Box.
Does that make
Created
it?
a program with the intent to
Even-
introduce intelligent design into the Pennsylvania
I got you.
education system.
I got you. Even if I grant that and say, because it wouldn't matter if that was true or not, does that mean that micro and macro are different just because that, or does it mean that they're the same thing? If I grant you that creation has created the term micro and macro, does that therefore make macro and micro true?
Well, the point that I'm making is micro and macroevolution.
So here's what I like
They
to
have
get
no
past.
explanatory power.
Sure. Here's what I like to get past. I want to get to the evidence, right? Do you have any evidence of genetic information gain?
Endogenous retroviruses.
How is that information gained? You're looking at something that you've seen in the past and you're making inferences on it.
It's continually passed down from generation to generation.
All right. So I promise you I'll answer that, but I need you to answer my question first. That's not tested and observed. You're seeing something and you're inferring, you're seeing something now and you're inferring that long ago and far away it become part of us from a virus.
No, we've also found it long ago.
What? No,
We
you
have-
haven't. So let me ask you this. Is there any examples of testable and observable, testable today? I mean, something that we can see, not inferred. I don't want any inference on this. Do we see any endogenous retroviruses today becoming beneficial?
Becoming beneficial?
Yeah.
Why would it need to become beneficial?
Because it would, if it's not beneficial, then it unalives you, and that's not evolution. Come on.
Not everything that is in your body does anything.
Listen, I want to be able to have a conversation with you. I know. I know you don't understand. I'm sorry. Let me mute you up. I want you to be able to follow along. You brought up endogenous retroviruses that we have in us that clearly became beneficial. That's why we have it. It's part of our immune system, and it's part of making a placenta for our children, right? For making babies. Okay, so I need you to don't go, yeah, just listen so that I can understand that you're following, because you brought this up. So clearly that's your evidence for evolution. So now I'm asking, do we see any endogenous retroviruses that's not inferred? Because that endogenous retrovirus that you say is an endogenous retrovirus in us and in apes, you're inferring that long ago and far away, this used to be an endogenous retrovirus, and then it got into our genetic information. You're inferring that. So I'm asking you, outside of inference, do you have any testable and observable endogenous retroviruses going into any organism and becoming beneficial?
I'm sure I could find an exact case study for what you're asking.
You can't, because it's not. We have endogenous retroviruses going into koala bears today. They're not beneficial. So any case study you're going to
show, all retroviruses are going to be beneficial. Some are not going to do anything. Some are going to produce beneficial results.
I know. I need the beneficial ones.
You're making a point without.
Do you have?
My point doesn't land.
Do you have? My point doesn't land. You're inferencing long ago and far away it become beneficial. Do you have any testable? Thank you. Have a good one. Okay, I appreciate you. Maybe next time. So I would love to have a conversation, but if you can't follow, I can't have the conversation with you because you're incapable of following. So you're inferring that long ago endogenous retroviruses come into we caught a virus. The apes caught a virus, and then that virus became part of their genetic information. And it was clearly beneficial, because if you remove this information of what you think used to be an endogenous retrovirus, then the organism unalives. So clearly it's beneficial. So you're making that inference that long ago and far away it happened. Do you have any direct evidence of it happened today? And the answer is clearly no, you do not. It's all inference. And then I would like to tell you what I believe about endogenous retroviruses, about how they're probably escaped and became viruses, and that's why we share the exact same points all over, but you're incapable of following, so it wouldn't do me any good to explain it to you because you can't follow.
I've listened to you 100 different times, and first of all, I'd rather hear about scripture than evolution, because I don't give two craps about evolution. But I've noticed that you've always sat here and told people that they can't follow. It seems like you're always right, nobody's wrong, and then you cut their mic off.
Well,
exactly.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I try to. So hold on, German. You come up here all the time. We did this all day yesterday. And matter of fact, people told me that I started losing viewer count by just allowing you to continue, because I let you go for too long and you wasn't making any sense. And that video is on my page again. Everyone's welcome to go look at it, because I made another video where I had an interaction with you yesterday. So Jeff, did that person come up here? So did you hear that I had already had a previous conversation with that individual?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so yeah, if the conversation's not moving forward, and in all due respect, if people are not able to follow, if the person I'm talking to, if they bring up an example and then they're not able to follow the example that they bring up, then how can I have a conversation with them?
All right, on another subject, can you explain Daniel chapter 12, verses 11 and 12 to me?
Oh man, I don't know. Let's go find out.
From the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away until the abomination is set up, there will be 1,290 days.
Well, let me know where you're going.
Is he who reaches and waits for 1,335 days.
I apologize, brother. My child stepped in the room and asked me a question. So Daniel chapter 11.
12.
Daniel chapter 12.
Verses 11 and 12.
Okay, verses 11 and 12. And from daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination to make desolate, and it shall be 1,190 days. Based on the, yeah. So what's your question about it? This is talking about the abomination of desolation.
I've seen you claim that the pre-tribulation rapture is false, and I agree with that. But that 1,335 days,
Right.
1,335 days, that specifically says, blessed is he who waits for and reaches. Now you're talking about a blessing, a special blessing that happens after the abomination and desolation of the temple. What is that blessing?
It says everyone who makes it through it will be saved. So I would imagine that's probably one of the blessings. Another one is your mercy seat judgment. When the rapture happens at the end of the 3.5 years, this is after the abomination of desolation. This is when you go to the mercy seat judgment. This is when you make it to heaven. So it's not the same white throne judgment, right? It's not that. It's the mercy seat judgment, meaning that this is where your good deeds on the planet is tested by fire against wood, hay, stubble, precious stones. So you can.
I would argue that is the rapture of the church, and the day and the hour that is not known is exactly what Jesus said. The day and the hour was not known, and that was his second coming. In Matthew 24, he puts it in chronological order.
I would agree with you, brother. I would agree that the rapture is after the abomination.
I would agree.
I would agree.
That's the only blessing that could possibly be after the abomination and desolation.
Immediately after the rapture, that's when we get our rewards, right? At the mercy seat judgment.
Well, they go through the wrath of God first, which he cuts short. So Jesus makes it clear he cuts it short.
No, that's not the wrath. He doesn't cut the wrath short, right? The wrath's not going to be cut short, and those individuals going through that can't even unalive themselves during that time. So the great tribulation that after the abomination of desolation in Matthew, Mark, Luke, the saints are going to be persecuted very heavily. And that time, that's heavy tribulation. That time has to be shortened, or there would be nobody left to rapture.
Exactly, which means it wouldn't be a full 7-year period.
All right, brother, you're saying a lot of you're saying a lot of things, and then you're messing it up. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you're saying, like, I believe that the rapture's after this. Okay, that's the 3.5 year mark. So tribulation is not 7 years. Tribulation is only 3.5 years, and then the other 3.5 years is wrath. Tribulation and wrath are not the same thing.
I agree. And the first part, the first.
Okay, if you agree, then why did you just say tribulation and 7 years? If you agree, why did you just say that?
Here's my point. I was going to explain, and you
Okay.
just cut me off. And I've noticed you've done that to 50 million people.
Brother, I don't have time for the crying. I don't have time for the crying. We can have a conversation. I haven't muted you. I haven't kicked you. Get to the point. I don't have time for the crying.
If you're going to preach the truth, you need to know the truth.
Get to the point. Stop the crying.
I was trying to, and you cut me off. 5 phases of Matthew. First phase, 24, is the birth pain. Second phase, 70th week. Third phase, we know it's the middle because he talks about the abomination and desolation. Fourth phase is the second coming. The fifth phase, he talks about that day and hour not being known. He says that day and hour is not known because he says in that 7-year period it will become so bad that no flesh would survive. So because
Why do you say that right there? Why do you say that? That's not 7 years. Why do you say that? You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me that it's not 7 years, and then you said the 7 years has to be shortened.
Church indoctrination.
I got you, bro. Hold on. I'm talking to this Jeff guy, please. So let's not be rude. So you just agreed with me that the tribulation time is not 7 years, and then the next words out of your mouth is that it's 7 years. I'm so confused.
No, that's not what I said. I said the first 3.5.
Okay, and you just said the 7 years have to be shortened, right? Did you just?
3.5 years has to be shortened.
Where are you getting that? Because the time where it says it has to be shortened, the time that has to be shortened is it's the tribulation, not the wrath. The tribulation.
It happens after the first 3.5 years.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Matthew 24. Let's find out if it's in the tribulation or if it's in the wrath. When ye shall there, Matthew 24.
Matthew 24.
Yep.
Verse 22. If those days had not been cut short.
All right, let's go. Hold on. Let's go back. Guy, hold on. Don't start at the end. Go to the context. So start at verse 15. When you shall therefore see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, we know that's the 3.5 year mark, right? Let him which in Judah flee to the mountains and the housetops, nether let them watch the field. So I got that. And woe unto them with child that gives suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight not be in the winter. I got you. Now we go to verse 21. For then shall be great what? Great what?
Tribulation.
Okay, so where are we in the wrath or are we in the tribulation?
You're missing something.
I want you to follow. Are we in wrath or are we in tribulation?
You're wanting me to agree with what you're saying.
I'm not asking you to agree with what I'm saying. I'm asking you what verse 21 says right here.
I'm done with you. You don't want to listen to nobody.
I know. Yeah, get off my stage. Get off my stage, you freaking crybaby. Come up here and cry that nobody listens to you. And then when I tell you that that's the tribulation time, not the wrath, you won't listen. So then I say, let's go to the verse. We go to the verse and it says tribulation. So I can't read it out loud or everybody will be able to hear that I was wrong. Come up here and cry and don't have any humility in being wrong. It's okay to say, look, all right, I made a mistake. It's not wrath. It's tribulation. Tribulation, not wrath. Oh. Isaac, what's up, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've just been hearing everything that's been going on. Thanks for this opportunity to come on here.
Yeah, man, appreciate it.
Hey, on the three visuals you have behind you, the end times, the flood was real, and evolution is false. Can we the flood is real. Can I start off with that one real quick?
Yeah.
Real. Of the whole drowning or whatnot. What came after the flood? You had 3 sons, right? Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
You cut out. Brother, listen, you cut out. I missed. I don't know if everybody else did, but for me, I missed half of everything you said. So start.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the end times, and then we have the flood was real, and we have evolution is false.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about the flood.
And starting in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Apart from the world being flooded, right? You have the 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Who, according to the scriptures, repopulated the whole world, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so from those 3 children, a bloodline started to form, right? Family bloodline started to form, okay? So let's stick with that. That's number 1. Number 2.
And brother. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you able to read Genesis 49, verse 1 and 2?
Genesis 49, verse 1 and 2.
Yeah. So we have Shem, Ham, and Japheth, okay? Starting bloodlines. And one. If you go,
well, hold on a second. My computer just froze. And Jacob called unto his son, and Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear this.
Okay, so he's going to speak to his sons, so that these are other bloodlines that he's speaking to, his 12 patriarchal sons. And then when you can you go to the book of Genesis 25, verse 25 for evolution is false?
Genesis 25:25?
Genesis 25, verse 25. Yes. Okay, so
and the first came out of red and all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name AU, excuse me.
Read. I'm gonna retake. The flood was real. Yes. Okay, so that the man that you have on the screen after the evolution scale, that man that's there, Adam and Eve was created. So you saw ESAU that was created, and that's the man. That's the image of the man that you see on your evolution scale. Okay, so what you have from ESAU was later on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother. I lost you again, Isaac. Isaac going once. Isaac going twice.
Which is the father of the Roman. Oh.
Brother,
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, you got really bad signal, man. We're not hearing anything you're saying, man.
Breaking up.
Yeah, very bad.
The background noise.
I'm sorry about that. Let me get closer to them. Yeah, let me get back to the modem. Let me get close to the modem.
Okay.
What about now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay, so starting all over again, you have the three sons, Shem. Those are the Shemites, the Shemitics, and
Okay.
then you have Ham, which is the Hamites, right? And then you have Japheth, the Japhethites, and then you have the Jacob spoke to his sons and told them about the end times. Oh, and that's the 12 patriarchal sons of the Israel, Edom, which later became the Greco-Roman Empire. That's another bloodline through that father, the twin brother of Jacob. Jacob had the Israelites. So what my point is, guys,
Right?
seeing the Bible through. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Seeing the Bible through the eyes of your biblical nationality or your biblical heritage, because we all know that all these patriarchal fathers were given blessings and curses also. It would be a sign. So you would know who you are according to this that was built. So that's what I wanted to bring to the table. All three of those subject matters behind you are biblical subject matters. And evolution, that's why you have the man standing by himself. You don't have him with a woman because of if you look at the culture aspect of the Greco-Roman Empire, you would understand why he's by himself. And then you have the end times aspect of Genesis 49, where Father Jacob spoke to his children and said,
you have I got you, Isaac. Do you have anything on any one of those topics that you would like to discuss?
Well, I guess I would like to discuss the end times. Going through our biblical nationality for each person on the face of the earth. Each of us has a patriarchal father that we could trace our nationality to biblically. And this also proves the Bible to be a true book. And it's actually a family book. It's not a universal book as today we understand it to be a religion, which is not a religion. It's a cultural family tradition, book.
I got you, brother.
People.
German, mute up, dude. You got a lot of background noise. I've already muted you like 3 times, dude. You keep unmuting.
I got no noise, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I can see your mic, your thing's flashing because it says you're talking. So don't tell me you got no noise. Mute up. You won't have to worry about it if you just mute it up. When it comes your turn, then you can unmute. I'm not going to try to say your name either because I'm going to mess it up. Ezana.
Yeah, thank you.
You got anything on the topic you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, I have two points if I could. So the first one is you mentioned salvation. You said you were saved. I don't think that's true. I don't even think it's possible. The second point.
Hold on, wait.
is
You don't wait. Wait. You don't think what? Yeah. You just said that I mentioned salvation, and you don't think it's you don't think what's possible. You don't think it's possible to be saved?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Are you a Christian?
And I could explain in a moment if you don't mind.
Well, I don't mind, but let me find out where you're coming from, because I know you know where you're coming from, but I don't know where you're coming. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. The second point is to the gentleman who was just talking a moment ago. I agree with him. The Bible is it's a heretic. I'm strongly against evangelism. This book has no place in Africa. It has no place in other cultures. It should remain for the Christians and their children.
You know it was
because of the bloodlines.
You know it was in Africa before it was ever in any European nations, right?
It was not. It was not. This line keeps being repeated. It was not. Yes, trust me.
We got the okay. All right. Well, let's go to it. What do you mean it wasn't? Okay. How is it not? We have the manuscripts.
Which manuscript?
The Ethiopians. One.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna.
Alexandrian manuscripts, Codex Sinaiticus, Vaticanus. I mean, Sinaiticus actually. Okay, wait.
Yes.
If you understand, then you understand that these are in Africa.
They were not. They were brought to Africa.
They were in Africa before they went to the European nations, right?
No,
brother.
You guys keep saying this.
Okay, so I want.
First of all, Ethiopia is not even the real name of that land.
Brother. Hey, whoever not, if you keep unmuting, I'm going to boot you because you keep having background noise. So stop unmuting. So to my man at the top.
Wouldn't it be with background noise?
So no, guys, listen. Just if you don't have nothing to add, please just stop. Okay, you're not helping. Just if you're not have nothing to add, don't talk. So to my man at the top. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, okay? The Bible, the codexes, the manuscripts that are in the Bible were in Africa before there were Eastern European nations or any European nations.
That is not true.
Okay, so then how do you explain?
You were misinformed.
Tell me how I'm misinformed when I can go to the Ethiopian Bible, or I can go to Codex Sinaiticus, which is in Alexandrian, Egypt, which is on the African continent.
Okay, we'll make it easy. What language is the Ethiopian Bible?
I don't know. It's,
okay.
What Okay. Stop. What continent is it on? Okay. What continent was it on?
Right?
Okay. What continent is it on? I answered your question very directly. Now you are going to answer. Nope.
People have a copy of it anywhere, right?
Nope. What we're not going to do is come in here and filibust and not answer questions directly. You asked me a question and I answered it very directly. I don't know. I asked you a question very directly and you are doing everything that you can to not answer the question. So now either answer the question or get off my stage. What continent was it on, and was it there? Do we have evidence that it was there before it ever went to any European nation? You can unmute yourself, but if you don't answer the question, brother, you're gone.
I would really like to have this conversation with you.
All right. No, you wouldn't. Get off my stage.
What?
Get off my stage. I said unmute yourself and answer the question. And the first thing you did was unmute yourself and not answer the question. It was in Africa before it ever went anywhere else. And you are just so factually incorrect that we cannot have a conversation because you can't admit when you're wrong about stuff that is so clear. It was in Africa before it ever went anywhere else, dude. The Ethiopian Bible. Ethiopia is in Africa. The oldest Bible that we have intact is Codex Sinaiticus. That was in Alexandrian Egypt, which is on the African continent. You are so misinformed that it's not funny. You're really misinformed. German, I see you're back to try it again today.
Right. So, first of all, I understand that you try to confuse the situation. So I want you to bring clarity so you cannot make the water dark again. I don't disagree that you have to confess Jesus in order for you to be saved according to the Bible. So we agreed so far as that. The point I don't agree with you is that you need to do that whilst you are alive. I don't agree with that point. I'm not saying I believe in this. I know for a fact that the Bible doesn't say that. Yeah. And the point that you try to make a claim is the forever.
German.
Because I know for a fact,
German, I don't.
it doesn't mean forever. It means for the age of ages. And you didn't put that particular point
German.
where you're making the claim
German.
that you said forever.
German.
Yeah.
The video, I don't know if it's a language thing, man, and I don't want to like disrespect you in that or whatsoever, but the video is on my page again from yesterday. And the problem that I have with you, man, is that you change your claim so much. And I didn't edit the video. I brought it down so it wasn't so long, but I didn't like take you out of context or move words around. I didn't misinform what you said. The video is on my page. You constantly change your claim. I asked you very specifically yesterday, do you believe that the Bible teaches another way to be saved other than believing in your heart and confess with your mouth? And you said, yes, I believe it does. And I said, okay, let's get into it because the Bible doesn't teach that. And then 20 minutes later, you change your claim.
Is that you need to do that wise.
I know.
Oh, no.
Not today, brother. Not today. Go watch your clip, okay? Go watch your clip. Learn how to stick on one argument and don't change your claim, and then you can come up here next time. But you change your claim too much. And it seems like to anybody that's coming in here that don't watch me, like I'm just bringing all these guys up here and kicking them, and I apologize for that. But most of this is from conversations that I had yesterday where they're just trying to rehash comments. And anybody can go to my video. It's the last video that I made. I made it yesterday after the conversation German and I had. And you'll see why I'm not entertaining German today is just because he changes his claim too much. He says, I said this, and then he'll go back and say the exact opposite of what he's saying. So I do apologize if it looks like I'm not being patient enough to have conversations with people. It's just that I already know him, and we did it yesterday. I'm not going down that rabbit hole today. Saul, what's up, man?
What's up? So, sorry, I needed to go real quick. But I really wanted to get back to that like evolution thing. So you said that like that you don't gain new information basically from evidence you see. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but what I just read now, I kind of Googled it. Basically, what I Googled is that there's such a thing as gene duplication, where you have like one gene duplicating, and it creates. And technically, I know that it's not gaining new information, but it can create different new functions.
Right. So so I'm kind of lost because you just conceded that it's not new information. So that's not evolution. A gene duplicating when it's supposed to do that is not evolution. It's what we've always tested and observed that.
Yeah. Also, there's such a thing. Wait, let me look real quick again. It's like a very hard name.
I don't know what you just said, and then you went off the app.
Hey. Okay, so what about like frame shift mutation? Like genes also create like new proteins as well. Like you could look up like frame shift mutation. That also sounds like new information to me, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah,
mutations are not evolution.
Yeah,
right? You just said it's a mutation.
Yeah, mutations
right?
taking.
Adaptations, like.
Yeah.
I mean, look at a French bulldog, right? We took from wolves. We selectively bred animals. Like a giraffe has a long neck because the ones with short necks didn't make it. Right? When you physically can see something, that's adaptation, it's not evolution. And then two, we all come from single-celled organisms like basic bacteria. Where is there the 2-cell, 3-cell, 4-cell? You'd have evidence of that. Even today, we don't have that, right? And you can mix around genes and different combinations, but you're never going to have something that just came from nothing. Period.
No, and then possible. And them creating proteins is literally what they do. So it wouldn't be evolution. A man's right.
Yeah, so you get to church.
Say it again.
Guess I'm gonna need to get back to church because it's
yeah. Hey, so Saul, listen. Here's my thing, dude. With you, I appreciate you coming in and asking these questions. But the reason why I do this is because I want to strengthen the faith in the Christians and the evolutionists who don't believe in God. I want to bring them in. So you're asking good questions. You're being very cordial and respectful. But now you're just kind of going to Google. So I want to make sure that you're not just trying to disprove something, right? Just by going to Google and trying to get a W. So do you know who Jesus is, man?
I used to, and I'm considering getting back. To say like why use Google, I'm not just like, let's say, trying to disprove it.
I got
I'm
you.
more going through the lens of I'm trying to fact check what we said. If it
I
makes
got you.
sense.
That's fair, and I appreciate that. And if you're trying to come back, then you're welcome on my stage anytime, and I will continue to share the truth of the gospel and real science as to why God created it and evolution is false. Marshall,
Can I make one point for that?
Marshall, what are you doing, man? You can't do that stuff in here. Don't get me kicked off, dude.
It's gonna be very awkward because I was like making fun of like Christianity for like at least 3 years at this point. So it's gonna be a very awkward comeback, not gonna lie.
Well, so if I can say one thing, right? If we rewind the clock on both the theory of evolution and the Big Bang or God, at the end of the day, whether you're an atheist or a Christian, you have to at least believe in one miracle: the Big Bang or God, right? It's one origin story, but neither of them can be explained.
Okay, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. Earlier we read on the evolution. We read Genesis 25:25. Can we go to Genesis 20? Just get a little bit more feedback on it.
Isaac, I hope you're
It seems
able.
like you,
I get it. I hope you're able to add to the conversation because last time we read a bunch of random verses and it really didn't go anywhere. So you want me to go to Genesis 20?
Okay, well, this is 25 and verse 20 where it says, talks about Rebecca.
And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebecca to wife. How does that have to do with
and then
anything,
go all the way-
brother? How does that have to do with evolution?
Go all the way to 20. Okay, go to all the way to 25, from 20 to 25, where it says that they struggled inside of her and they were fighting against each other inside, and two nations came out of her womb. One nation was stronger than the other nation, and the younger shall serve the older, or the older shall serve the younger. Can you read that part? Because that's and then it goes to
And Isaac
25
entreated the
verse,
Lord
where
with
it
his
says- it
wife
says the
because
first
she was
born
barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebecca his wife conceived, and the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it be so, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire to the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and the manner of the people shall be separated from the bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
Okay, that Esau character, that's the Cro-Magnon man. That's the cave dweller.
What?
Because if you read his heritage on Esau, he lived in the caves, and he was a hunter, and he likes his meat red. He likes it medium rare. And these attributes are European attributes, where the first Europeans came out of the Caucasus Mountains. And this Esau is one nation of people, and his brother Jacob is another nation of people. And this is the split of the nationality.
The house of Judea. It's giving like a full knowledge.
Wait, stop. I just want to know. You're right. I was telling him to stop. I want to know why this is evolution, bro. That's where you said you were going with it.
Okay.
And now you're saying that
evolution is
Esau is Cro-Magnon. Yeah. No, there's no monkey
the
people.
Evolution part. Okay, the evolution part is where it says that two manner of people, different peoples, 2 different nations of people are coming out of one mother.
How is this evolution?
So this mother Rebecca, for the first time in history in Genesis, the gene split in twin children, and 2 nation of people, 2 manner of people
Brother,
came out. That's the evolution.
Brother, stop.
One was stronger than the other
Stop.
one.
Stop.
Can I help with one thing?
No, not yet.
Evolution is
Not yet. I want to know from you, Isaac, and I'm not being disrespectful in any way. You said we were going to evolution, and now you're saying that something about twins, and that's evolution? What?
Yes, that's the evolution, because
Okay.
look at the image that is on the screen for evolution. It has
Brother,
that one man.
Brother, I literally just asked ChatGPT to make me an image about evolution being false, creation or the flood was real, and end times. I literally just went to ChatGPT. This is not some messianic viewpoint. It's not some prophecy. It's literally just ChatGPT made me an image.
I get it, my friend. But still, either way, though, that image that's on the screen for evolution of that one man, right, walking upright, red and hairy all over, that's the carnivorous, that's the Cro-Magnon man that lived in caves.
Okay,
which
brother.
in this case, in our reality, the caves were the Caucasus Mountains of Russia, Georgia.
Okay, man.
So these so-called.
Do you have anything that I can? Are you coming up with this on your own? Where are you getting this information
this
from?
Is the true. Okay, this is a true history because the image that has the people that are walking behind the man, those are eight.
I've muted you up so nobody can hear you. I'm asking. I'm not trying to lose my patience with you, but your background stuff with pyramids and all that stuff makes me think you're one of these secret knowledge guys. I want the answer to the question directly. Where are you getting this from? And is there any information I can look into this? Because I don't know if you're just making this up off the top of your dome, that this picture right here represents Esau and that he was Cro-Magnon man. Where are you getting this information? Unmute yourself and please give me that detail. Is this something you're coming up with, or is there articles I can read on this? Is there somewhere I can go? So unmute yourself and please give me that information.
Well, okay, the information. Where did I get this information from? I got this information from the Masonic lodges, where the secret that is withheld is that this character Esau, right, the father of the last kingdom in the dream of Daniel, these specific people that are known as Greco-Romans in our cultures, right? They would be. This is where the father of the progenitor of the Caucasus, the Caucasians, are coming from this guy, from the split of the gene from his twin brother Jacob and this guy that was red and hairy all over. So this is the first redneck that was born and where did I get this from? I got this from white supremacy. This information comes from white supremacy, and it comes from whitewashing history.
Okay.
And it comes from colonialism, and it comes from the history books. You can actually, this is the hidden history of our nations.
Yeah.
Because I also came to you with the end of days, and it says Jacob, right, the twin brother of Esau, he spoke to his sons and told them who they were going to be in the end times.
I got you, man. Not today. I just don't have the time to chase all those different rabbits down.
For one, evolution has never been proven.
Yeah, I don't.
Only microevolution has been proven.
Yeah,
evolution is still a theory that's out there that's not ever been proven, and I know that for a fact.
Yeah,
and nobody uses the Big Bang theory anymore. It's all about recycling. That's what they believe it is. We believe we're in a timeline and we recycle. That's what scientists believe in now. No, they don't believe in the Big Bang.
Well, that's not true to say that universally. I talk to a lot of people on here. Some people have moved over to this eternal matter being eternal stuff, but other people still contend that the Big Bang created it.
Big Bang theory is a terrible theory. It's ridiculous. If you look into it,
the easiest one up on your panel, and I can just use science to prove that the flood happened. It's a known fact that sea levels rose. We can see this from small sturdy polyp corals in the Great Barrier Reef. We can see this in ice core samples, floods. It's a known fact.
You can see it in the sands and stuff in Africa, in the desert. You can see why they have those big sand mills. That's from a flood moving it. There's been proven there was a worldwide flood. That's been proven. That's why there's so many different flood stories in every culture around the world.
Great Wave, Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark, they all have them, right? But I'm just talking about scientific data. That's a proven fact.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying with the sand and.
Well, think about it. If the sea levels rose 800 feet overnight today, 80% of the world's population lives where? Along the coast. They're gone.
Yeah.
Then the only people left to carry on would be what? People that can hunt and gather. And that's where that story in modern history takes off.
Well, I think Wait, I don't think it was just I think the Bible's literally right when it says every mountain and every hill was covered. So I don't think it was just coastal thing. I think it was literally everywhere. Otherwise,
Again, I was speaking just from a scientific.
right.
There's a second ocean underneath of us that's 3 times as big as ours.
Yeah, but just from a clearly scientific point, like you said, you have polystrata fossils, you got hydrologic sorting all over the planet, bone beds that are huge, that take up several countries.
Extinction of megafauna.
You got clams all the way on top of Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Think of that.
All right.
That's proven too. How did clams get all the way up there?
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you.
Sure, man.
When you see what's going on right now, right? Obviously, anyone that follows scripture, like the writing's pretty clear on the wall, but it's like, how do we kind of separate people trying to bring about prophecy and let's say not necessarily like trying to play that role and perpetuating stuff versus like what we perceive as God's will? I feel like that's kind of hard to navigate.
Yeah, it would. I know that I'm not really worried about individuals that try to force things to happen because they think it's prophecy, because it's going to happen in God's timing, and there's nothing that they can do to bring it closer or push it farther.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's going to happen in God's timing. So as far as what we see, every generation since Jesus thought that they lived in the end times, obviously. So I would go with I'm not going to start really worrying about it until they start building that third temple. If they start building that third temple, then I'm going to be like, well, okay, we got a little bit of an issue now, because the Antichrist can't do anything until the third temple's rebuilt, because obviously he does the abomination of desolation, and he sets himself up in the
Pete Hegseth's interview where he talks about the different miracles. He talks about 1917, 1947, 1963, right? All the different conflicts. And he says, I want to see one more miracle. And he says, rebuilding the third temple. And that's our, the guy running our entire.
Can we have a debate?
Yeah. It depends. I last time I talked to you, you were just so factually inaccurate and that you can't answer simple questions. So it depends. I answer your questions. You answer my questions simply, straight to the point, and honestly. And yeah, we can. But if you're not going to be honest and trustworthy about it, then no, we can't.
All right, we can do that then.
Okay. So
To speak on the matter of the end times.
the Bible that we were talking about when we said, yeah, I'll get to you, brother. I love that topic. So when the Bible that we were talking about, what continent was it on?
You asked me what continent is it on. Now you're asking, was it on?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
When we discovered it, what continent was it on? Those manuscripts, like Codex Sinaiticus.
It was in ancient Greece.
It was discovered in ancient Greece. Was it in Ethiopia? Was it in Ethiopia before it ever went to any European nation?
No, it was not.
Okay, where are you getting your information from, brother?
From a history.
Okay, what history? That's just give me something I can look up to show you're right.
Okay, I'll give you a historian that I listened to. His name is Teofilo Benga. He's from Congo. There's many more who have spoken on that. This is not an African thing. The Bible is a Eurocentric book.
No, it's not.
If it was African, why are they coming to evangelize? If it was just use your basic logic, why are evangelists going to Africa?
Just because that
why did Muhammad enact a caliphate on almost all of Africa?
I got it. Just because that people didn't accept it or rejected it, and later we still, Africa is huge. I don't know if you know this or not, brother, but Africa's kind of big. So just because it was in Africa before it was in any of the European nations doesn't mean that therefore Africans accepted it and we shouldn't have to have missionaries. And it's not accurate to say just because we have missionaries in Africa, therefore the Bible was never in Africa before it was in Europe is this is wrong.
Christ was in Scripture. It says that Christ sought refuge in the land.
Ethiopian Bible is one of the oldest Bibles. How could you figure it wasn't there before? Of course it was there before. There's no way it wasn't. It's one of the oldest Bibles made. The Ethiopian Bible, and it's one of the original Bibles.
Yeah, the reason they're saying that is we trick the African to believe that Christianity is culture. It's his culture. It's not our culture. We don't want it.
I don't think I don't think anyone's arguing with you that Africa had its own culture, its own religions, for sure. They always have. But the point that he was making is that it arrived and got spread in Africa. I think historians agreed, between 200 and 300 years before the first white European was taught Christianity. That's the point he was making.
Who taught Europeans Christianity then?
All right. So can you do a simple? Do you have the internet, obviously, brother? Can you just do a simple Google search? Was the Bible in Africa before Europe? Tell me what it says.
Okay, 1 second.
Saint Francis brought it to Ethiopia.
None of that even matters, really.
I'm sorry, what did you say? What brought it to
Spirit
Ethiopia?
transcends all of these things.
It says Saint Francis brought it to Ethiopia in the 4th century.
None of that matters, because the true faith is not of flesh and blood. It's not of nation. It's not of country. All of these things don't matter. When the prophets came, they never spoke about these things. They didn't care. Whichever nation the prophet came to, he came to his people, and the prophet was talking to the people. He wasn't arguing with people about books and manuscripts. Actually, Jesus told the people, you read these manuscripts, wherever they came from, you think in them you'll find life. But these manuscripts talk about who? Me, the prophet. And you still won't come to the prophet. Because everyone's just arguing about manuscripts and bloodlines and genealogies and all kinds of
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that's where it says Saint Francis brought it there. So
none of that matters.
It does matter when we're on a topic. That's what the topic is. That's what makes it matter. When somebody comes in here and says that the Bible was not in Africa before it was in Europe, and that it's this white man's thing that they're trying to convert Africans, and that it was never in Africa, it kind of matters. So that's why it matters, because truth matters.
Doesn't do that.
Truth matters.
The scripture doesn't argue about where it came from.
It's still just brother. The scriptures don't tell you how to tie your shoes, but if you don't, you trip. So it still matters.
What I'm saying is the scripture tells you how to do it, and this is not it. It doesn't argue about when you.
Well, then why are you coming up here? All right, go somewhere else and don't worry about arguing. Then why did you even come up to a panel that's clearly about discussion and debate, and then claim that we shouldn't be debating? Go somewhere else and debate, not debating. What's going on today? I can't. It's like it's really hard. I've had a couple of good conversations, but it's like crazy day. Come on, brother. Did you Google that yet? It's not hard.
I did, and he said no. The Bible did not originate in Africa.
What Google source? I didn't. Wait, hold on. Wait. I never said originate. You just changed the words there.
Okay. What is the question? I'll type it.
Was it in Africa before any European nation? Not did it originate in Africa? I caught that. I about didn't catch that. I about moved on from that. I didn't say originate. I said, was it in Africa before any European nation?
Saying that you said the Bible originated in Africa.
Yeah.
Not what you said. Christianity arrived in Africa I want to say 200 years before it arrived to white Europeans.
4th century. I told you, the 4th century. Like Saint Francis brought it to Ethiopia.
That's the Catholic Church interpretation of it. There's a lot of evidence that we.
No, that's what it says in history.
Officially.
That's not. That's the Catholic anything. That's
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. He's back up. What do you got, brother? What does it say?
The guy who just spoke said the truth, but I'll tell you what I found online. It said that Ethiopia, the Bible was in Ethiopia before it went to many European places.
Yep.
But it doesn't say that it originated in
I never made that claim, brother. Come on, you're gonna make me a clip, and you're gonna be on my page if you continue to sit here and be dishonest, and everybody's gonna point and laugh at you. So we got to be honest. I told you that the Bible was in Ethiopia or the African continent before it was in any European nation, and you claimed I was lying about it. So now, was I right?
On that, but you were not right that it originated in Africa.
I never claimed that it originated in Africa. Stop saying that. I never claimed that. That was not my claim, that it originated in Africa. I never said that.
Oh, okay. That's what matters to me, though.
No, come on, man. You're going to change the argument. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. I've been wrong about things all the time, and that's why I do this. People come in here and tell me I'm wrong about things, and it's okay. If I'm wrong, I just eat the crow and then I move on. What I don't do is to change my argument to say that my argument is technically this, and I'm not going to be wrong about that. You come in here and you fought like a wildcat to say that the Bible was not in Ethiopia or in any African continent before Europe. Your claim is that it's this European thing, and then it was brought to Africa. That was basically your words. And now you're wrong on that, so do not change your claim in an effort to try to get a petty win. We can be adults and have conversations.
I agree. Does the Bible have a European framework to it or perspective?
No, it was generated by Jews in Middle Eastern countries. So no, there was no such thing as European framework. The Bible was written and completed before it ever went to any European nation, period.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go to the book of Acts, right? And you can see verse 25, or excuse me.
Yeah, I know.
And it talks about the Ethiopians. Okay, well, you know.
Ethiopian.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I used to be a Christian. But the thing is, it doesn't have any African resonance. It doesn't have any African tone to it.
What does that does it doesn't have any white or European tone to it either. It is a Jewish base religion. Then it became Christianity by brown people, and now a bunch of white people like myself believe in it. I don't care if it was never a part of my culture to begin with. It doesn't matter to me.
Hey, host, can I throw in a food for thought on this subject?
If it's on the
Thanks for
subject,
having me
yes.
up, by the way.
Yeah, if it's on the subject.
Yeah. I think probably what would lead us to the truth as well, related to the where it was, is the languages that it was written in. So were there any African languages that are subscribed to the Bible? I mean, I think the people that were writing it,
Israel and Palestine.
I don't.
You can just look it up.
Okay, so
it wouldn't.
Okay, that's fine. So I think the language would probably give you a hint.
But
right?
we don't. But we hold on. I'm sorry. You can add to it, but we don't need to rehash where we've got plenty of historical evidence. I don't even know why we're talking about where the Bible come from. We know where it come from. I don't care what language it was written in. We can move on past where it come from because there's so much overwhelming evidence. We know where the Bible come from. It's not in question. We know where the Bible come from. It wasn't written. Yeah, we know where it was. We know where it come from, and it was in Africa before it was in any European nation.
Israel. It came from Israel and Palestine.
Which country in Africa was it from?
Are you listening? Nobody, guys, stop. I don't know why this is getting so outrageously confused that I have said now 15 times, and I just went through the whole thing with my man about how nobody claimed that the Bible was originated in Africa. So if I hear one more person ask me, why did it come from Africa? You're just going to be gone. I'm just going to kick you because I'm tired of the ignorance and people not being able to follow. When I said earlier that people was getting upset because I was kicking people because they were unable to follow, this is what I mean. I've done said it like so many times now that nobody's claiming that the Bible originated in Africa. And then 2 seconds later, I get a question going, why are you claiming the Bible originated in Africa? What part of Africa did it originate in? Nobody said that. If I hear that one more time, they're gone.
Hey, Creation, thanks for having me up. I'm going to try and segue.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. You had some background noise, so I hit mute, and then your background noise cut out and you were talking, so I cut you off. I apologize, brother. You can unmute yourself. It was the background noise, so I apologize.
Okay, cool. Is the background noise gone now? Am I good?
You have a little bit of an echo when I talk, but when you're talking by yourself, you're fine. Go ahead.
I'll see if I can get some headphones too. But yeah, I'm gonna try and kind of segue a bit away from this topic, but try and kind of fold in some of what we were talking about there.
I got you. I don't want let me let the other guys that started the topic finish it out so that we don't just move on from it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to move on from the topic entirely. I'm just trying to move on from the
okay,
the stuff about where it moved to first from Israel and Palestine. Whether it was all right. I got my headphones here. Is that better as far as echoing and stuff goes?
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay, perfect. So my personal understanding of the Bible, the New Testament specifically, is that it has a lot to do with the seasons. So even though it was written in the Levant and the Israel-Palestine area, A lot of the topics in it come from a region that would be more seasonal. So that's going to be somewhere kind of more northern hemisphere, as opposed to being near the equator. My thoughts on that are that this is not something that's typical scholarship, at least in the modern era, but trying to kind of figure out what might have been the understanding of Jesus that he was preaching there. And what you get between John the Baptist and Jesus is you get an association of each of them with a solstice. So John the Baptist is celebrated on the summer solstice, and that's when he baptizes people. And then the birth of Jesus is celebrated on the winter solstice in December. So it's
those are all incorrect dates, though, that were changed and reformed by the Catholic Church. None of those are actual. It's actually April 3rd, I think, is the actual birth.
So,
of Jesus Christ.
so you're using the seasons in an effort to determine where the Bible was written?
No, not to determine where it was written, to determine, because like we have, for example, the flood story and all these archetypal stories, they exist before they're written down, right? So when you have somebody preaching and writing something down in a region, that doesn't necessarily mean that that story originates in that area, even though it may very well originate in that area, but it could have come from different places, right? So it's I'm very interested in the kind of the spoken word spread of stories, even predating the Bible, even though I think the Bible is very important for a bunch of reasons. But yeah, that's
So, but Cephas, are you referring to how cultures adapt other cultural principles, not necessarily the core foundation? For instance, circumcision.
Hold on, guys. Wait. I'm sorry. I said I appreciate it, and we will go there. But I literally said I don't want to get off of this topic because it would be rude. And the first thing we did was take it somewhere that's completely off the topic. So I want the individuals that started the conversation. I think it would be rude of me to just go to another conversation, and I asked us to stay on topic, and we didn't. So we were talking about the Bible not originating in Africa, and that I was talking to my African brother about that. So let's get back on that topic, brother, because you made a comment about it doesn't have any African culture in it. And so my claim to you would be, does that matter? It doesn't matter if it has it in it or not, right? Why would that be a matter?
Yeah. Can I jump in real quick? I think
The question was to you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I appreciate you focus on the topic. So it matters because there in 2015, I believe, or 2018, there's a group of people that are of European descent. They have an organization called Oasis International. They put together this huge project to write the Bible, and they call it Africa Study Bible, because they realized that it was becoming a problem. When they talk about the fig, the fig tree that Jesus cursed, the fig is not a fruit that exists in Africa. The wheat, the wine, all the cultural eatings.
So just let him finish.
Yeah, but So there's so many themes, cultural themes in the Bible. So they realize Africans are moving away from the Bible, and it's a thing. It's a big thing right now. Africans are moving away from it. So they hired all these so-called intellectuals from across the continent to write the Africa Study Bible.
All right. So
And
Yeah. So what does that have to do with you're talking about a group of people doing a thing? I'm talking about the Bible.
Yeah, and the problem is that, because you ask, why is that a problem? It is really a problem, and that's why they put millions of dollars on this project. What does that do? If Africans begin to return to their culture, to realize they were lied to and enslaved through Christianity, they're going to begin to reject Christianity, and that's what's happening. And they don't want that. They don't want that.
What does that have to do with the Bible was in Europe, or it was in Africa before it was in Europe? What does that have to do with it? Many people's done many bad things in the name of religion. What does that have to do with the actual book?
Yeah, okay, I see where you're going. It just proves that. The reason I'm saying that is just to show that if truly Christianity was in Africa, there wouldn't be such a rejection of it.
That doesn't.
And it was also answering your question.
That's not logical, brother. That's not logical. People are free to reject, and then things move, just like just like Iran, or just like these other places that were Christian nations until Islam come, and then Islam forced them out and unalived them and took over, right? So it's not consistent or accurate to say that it didn't, just because Africans today are rejecting it, that therefore it wasn't ever in Africa before it was in Europe. And my brother, I don't mean to sound mean, but you make a lot of claims that you were just factually inaccurate about. Like, you just made a claim that fig trees don't grow in Africa, and they do. You can just do a quick Google search on that, and they've grown there for quote unquote thousands of years. So I think
called? What is the fig? What is the
fig? Fig's called fig
in English.
Fig.
Yeah.
Fig tree. Yep. Fig.
That's what we get dates from.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about the olives. Because I speak French, unfortunately. So I was, and that was an example. There's so many themes.
I imagine.
Yeah, but your example's wrong. They grow figs, and then I literally just typed in, "Do olives grow in Africa?" Yes.
Okay. I imagine olives and figs both grow in northern Africa, north of the Sahara, but maybe not in sub-Saharan Africa.
Africa's huge though, and so again, brother, I don't mean to sound mean in any way, shape, or form, but I think you need to do a little bit of research before you come up and start making all these claims, because I'm not saying Google's is the best source. I'm not saying that at all. But I would Google something before I come up and made an argument against it, because I'm literally just tearing you apart by you make a claim. Figs didn't grow in Africa. Yeah, they do. Olives don't grow in Africa. Yeah, they do. So, I mean, it wasn't, the Bible wasn't in Africa. Yes, it was. You just need to do a little research. Okay, brother?
And I appreciate it. Now, listen to this too, though, because the fig tree and all these other examples, there's so many more things that are in the Bible that are not really proper or.
I know, but I can't trust what you're saying because you don't do any research on it. I'm sorry, but our conversation has run its course. Go do some research, be humble, and then come back, and we'll have a good conversation. But everything that's not fair. It's not fair, brother. It's not fair for me to keep letting you up here, and you're just saying the most outrageous stuff that you're clearly not. You're just talking out of the side of your neck, and that's is trying to show you in Christian love as I possibly can. You're just talking out of the side of your neck. You're not even looking at anything you're saying.
So sorry, but can I just ask a question? Like, how do you claim, or how do you perceive to believe that everything that you read in the Bible is real?
So, hold on, Tom. I'll get to you. Let me go to my man down at the bottom, because I think you just come in, right? So yeah, I don't want to skip. I don't want to skip anybody. So, and then I'll come to you.
Hey, no worries. I'm listening. If he wants to,
sure, okay.
If you want to take him first, that's fine. I'm like that. I'm neighborly like that.
I appreciate it. Okay, so you ask, how do I perceive that what I'm reading is true?
Yeah, how do you perceive to believe that everything is real? Yeah, like how many times has it been written and rewritten over history? Like, how do you actually believe, or how do you, like, in your heart, believe any of it's real?
Sure. So, I mean, I look for the evidences of it being true. Obviously, like, for example, if to try to get back on topic, if the Bible makes a claim that there was a worldwide flood all over the world, obviously, then I'm going to look for evidence to support that or reject that, obviously. And I think there's more than enough evidence to support that.
Yeah, again, but in that time, or when that happened, like wouldn't who had the Bible with him at that time? Like, who was writing the book? Like,
so Tom,
I'm kind of lost on your question.
You said in your heart, right? How do you know it's true? And like, to your point, right? I'll play devil's advocate. Let's say that it's been translated from Aramaic to Greek to all these different languages. Yeah, there might be stuff that we already know. Certain churches remove certain stories, right? But I think morality and
Wait,
being a
what?
good person.
Hold
I
on,
think
hold
we
on,
do
brother.
something.
Hold on, brother. I don't mind you coming up and talking. What do you mean churches remove certain stories?
So the Book of Enoch, right, and the Orthodox and
That's not true at all. This is the problem when people want to add to, but then they start speaking stuff that's not true. The Book of Enoch was not considered canonical. There was no church that quote unquote removed it. The Jews did not consider it to be canonical. It's not part of the Torah. It's not part of the Psalms. It's not part of that thing. So the Jews themselves, although they thought Enoch was important, and it was written according to them much later, it wasn't written by Enoch. So the Jews did not consider it to be canonical.
That is my whole question. That is my whole
But
question.
they found the book of Enoch.
How do we know?
All right, guys, listen.
How do we know what is true?
Because
How do we
we
know
know
what's true
what
and
we
what's
know
not true?
about. I'm answering your question. So what we know about the book, like Enoch, there was no nefarious group that got together and said, you know what, we're going to leave out certain books and we're going to put in certain books. The 66 books of the Bible that were canonical, they were canonical before any church group got together and decided on it. There was no council that got together and said, this is what it's going to be. They affirmed it, yes, but it was already canonical beforehand. It's lost to history because it's what the Christians had, right? The Christians, we know what they considered to be the Bible because we got the manuscripts that they copied. And we know the 66 books of the Bible was canonical before any church group got together and decided this is what's going to be. Hold on, brother. I'm in the middle of answering your question. Let me get through it so that you can respond to it, okay? We know that the book of Enoch is not to the Jews themselves. The book of Enoch was Old Testament. It's not New Testament, right? It was before Christians. The Jews themselves did not consider the book of Enoch to be canonical. They did not consider it to be scripture. They thought it was important, and the Bible references the book of Enoch. The Jews thought it was important, and they copied it, but they did not consider it to be scripture, and we know this. So there was no group that took it out.
Can I ask one? Because
Yeah.
What's the difference between a Christian and a Catholic then?
Well, it depends on how you define the word. So it's not a salvation thing. I mean, so it just
It's a big question. What's the difference between a Christian and a Catholic?
well, the word Christian just means follower of Christ. So if you asked a Catholic, I'm pretty sure that they would say they would Christian, bro. Christian just means follower of Christ. And if you ask a Catholic, they're going to say that they're Christians, right?
Yeah, but
Okay, so you're asking that
yeah,
what's the difference between a Catholic and a Christian when Catholics are Christians? So your question doesn't make any sense. I need you to redefine it.
yeah, and how many Catholics and Christians people that they thought they were Catholics and Christians?
See, there you go. You're separate. You know, Christian means again, brother. I'm not trying to be rude, but you're not defining it.
Killed and slaughtered so many people.
It sounds like you have a script that you want to go by instead of having a conversation. Because I don't think you literally just heard anything that I said. Because when I said Catholics are Christians, you just either did not hear that or you totally ignored it and still stuck with the script of Catholics are not Christians. So did you hear what I said?
I'm pretty sure you should look it up and do your research.
Okay, I'll do my research. Can you define what Christian means to me, please? What's the definition of Christian?
Christianity is like it's like literally like it's up to your assumption or your, I don't know, like every single different human that reads the Bible, yeah, they get whatever they want to take.
You're not defining it at all, but I'll skip that. Can you do a real quick Google search for me? Do you have Google next to you? I just want to. I want to make sure that I can follow with you because you're not just going to have a script and me say something and you just totally ignore it and just go on. So you're going to be able to follow the conversation if we're going to continue the conversation. Yeah. Okay. So you told me to do my research. I've done my research. So now I would like for you to assist me in my research. Can you type in, just go to Google and ask it, are Catholics Christians? And tell me what it says.
It's different interpretations from different people. Catholics are more like literally like.
Yeah, get off my stage. Get off my stage.
They're all Christians. It's like there's Jewish people, there's Orthodox, Hasidic, Sephardic, but they're all Jews. Wow.
Hey, my brother.
What's up?
How you feeling, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay, man. I'm sitting here trying to hear your panel and listening to you, but you said something earlier. If I can get back say it right like you said it. You mentioned something about brown people.
Mm-hmm.
Around the time the Bible was written, or they were written, or in that vicinity.
Yeah, it was written by brown people, not white people.
Now, I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying. I'm just trying to get some information because the Bible was written, I believe, in Israel.
Okay.
And I'm trying to understand your facts on what makes you, what gives you the fact that it was that brown people were the scribes of the Bible.
Okay, well, let me get some clarifying questions to make sure that we're on the same page. You believe that the Bible was written, we'll go Old Testament mostly, by Jews, New Testament too, for the most part. Jews, right?
Okay. Say that again. I believe the Bible what?
Do you believe the Bible was written by the Jewish people, like Jews? Okay. Now, not the religious Jew like we see today, but the ethnic Jew.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just following you.
Okay. So are they white people or are they considered brown people?
Well, see, that's just it. See, I read the Bible. I never based it on race, color.
I didn't. I'm not either. I only brought it up because I had a young man in here from Africa saying that it was.
People are people, humans are humans, bro.
That's a great statement. Thank you for adding that. People are people and humans are humans. That's the best insight I've heard all day. Rocks are rocks and trees are trees. Thank you for that knowledge. I really appreciate that Copernicus. All right. So the only reason I brought it up, I don't care about race either. I just had a guy coming in here from Africa claiming that the Bible was basically a white man's religion, is what he was going to. And no, it's not. It was it come from the Middle East, and it was in Africa before it was ever in Europe.
Okay.
So the people that are brown.
I follow you now. Yeah, because see, I'm brown myself. I'm black and brown, and look at it. If you had some definite facts on that, I'll be hoorah myself. You understand what I'm saying about my people? Yeah.
Well, I would imagine that the Jews of the day probably they were closer to your complexion than they were mine, brother.
Well, but they weren't black or white though. They were in the middle.
That's what brown is.
Okay.
Well, I know, but okay. You can't really say black people are black because they're brown. They're not black. I mean,
right. I don't want to, guys. I don't want to make it about a religion or a race thing. Who cares? I was literally just responding to his point that the Bible is not a European white man's religion. It's not.
Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right. My brother down at the bottom. You ready yet?
Hey, I'm ready. I was born ready, brother. I was just being polite and kind.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
So when did this flood actually occur? Is my first question.
I mean, the Bible doesn't give it gives the month and the day, but as far as we know to that now, about 4,400 years ago, around that time.
4,400 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean specific dates.
From scientific data from ice shields and coral samples from around the world, between 11,500 and 12,000 years ago, there was a giant cloud desert where sea levels rose 800 feet. That's
right, and I would dispute every single one of those dating techniques. But to answer your question, about 4,400 years ago, according to the Bible.
Okay, I want to get your outlook. So we'll say about 4,400, 4,500 years ago. Okay, cool. So your understanding is that all of the animals were paired up in this boat, right? And then when the flood ended, then they were released and were able to repopulate the earth. Is that where we're going?
Yeah.
So all that happened about 4,500 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when the animals came out, because I know that you did your due diligence on this, were there, I mean, archaeologists can look at, the bones and determine, which kind of died first, right? You can see the layers of where bones are. Well, I mean, if something's on top of something else, you can assume that it was buried after, right?
I believe that. No, I believe that they were they all unalived in the same cataclysm, the flood, and then they were sorted hydrologically or where they were at. But I mean, if you want to say that this one unalived a week before that one, okay. But I mean, still the same flood event.
I wasn't thinking weeks. Okay, let me give an example. All right, so
brother, I have to keep kicking you. Stop coming in here, and you. I don't want to block you, but I will. I don't want to, but
sorry about that.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I mean, let's just pick something specific. How about like the horses?
Okay.
So was the horse that was on the ark? Was it the one with the hoof, or was it the one that has claws? Or do you not believe that horses?
Yeah,
had claws?
horses didn't like this was.
Horses never had claws.
That's something that was debunked.
Horses never had claws.
Nah, that was something that was debunked a long time ago. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Right?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Let him finish and build his point so we can respond to it.
So horses never had claws. It's just
right.
The same horse that we see today always was the horse of
history
here.
In
other words, because I see you have evolution as false. So like horses and other animals, they never change. They just kind of stay the same.
They go to there's the quote unquote horse kind, so you got like zebras are part of that. They can still interbreed with horses, right? So I don't know what the original horse kind, if it looked more like a zebra or in between, or if it looked more like our modern day horses, but clearly they're the same kind and can reproduce.
So you say you don't know. So did you ever, as part of your
guys, guys, just let him talk, please, because we're being very rude. Let him talk, or I'm going to start just muting and kicking people. I apologize, brother.
I'm happy to take questions from folks after.
I know you can't. It's really hard for you to even get your point out. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So back to the animals then. You said that you weren't sure. So I know that you did due diligence on this because this is your topic here. So did you ever try to, look at archaeologists or anything related to animals with horses? Well, I'll stay with that same example. Or is that something that you did and you just don't agree? I'm just trying to get your perspective.
Yeah, I've done both. Not every scientist is going to agree with your claim that horses used to have claws or the toes. And matter of fact, the chart that I think you're referring to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, was debunked a long time ago, and most evolutionists don't bring it up. So if it's the same chart that you're talking to that shows the evolution of the horse hoof, that was debunked a long time ago, and most people don't bring it up anymore.
Okay, all right. No, I'm not trying to make any claims. I'm just trying to understand what you're specifically trying to say. So believe so that I can ask questions.
I believe that all the animals today
horses have always had hoof. Okay.
Yeah.
So was the ark like 100% complete with all of the animals that we see today? And does that include insects as well, or just animal? I mean, how do you define?
Yeah, so the Bible says that it had to have the breath of life in their nostrils. Insects breathe through their skin, and they would live just fine on floating debris mats outside of a flood. That you didn't need to have insects, and you only had to have the original kinds. Excuse me.
Pharaoh, would you admit that like a French bulldog, right? You could look at that if you just appeared here and be like, oh, that must have evolved differently. No, that's adaptation. We selectively bred that animal to look that way, right? And then also, if we want to play devil's advocate, we take things literal because back in the day in biblical times, they didn't have another idea for it. For instance, when in scripture it talks about in the before Armageddon, they will build a statue and give it life, and from that statue, it'll speak, whatever, kind of referencing robots, AI, right? But they don't have a word for robot back then. The word for ark we take so literally, right? And we take it as like the animals physically themselves. But knowing what we have today in today's technology, and if we want to rewind, there's nothing to say that it was not on what we perceive as an ark or how those animals were brought here, right? Whether it's from a cellular level or whatever, right?
Brother, what? You're not help. I don't know. Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what are you talking about? You think the ark was not a physical boat now?
No, I'm saying the perception of what the boat in its.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. Do you believe that the ark was a boat, or do you believe that it was this DNA chamber?
I didn't say it was DNA chamber. I just said like the vessel in which you describe something as a boat.
Well, I mean, brother, if you're going to add to, then please don't misrepresent the Christian position, or I'm going to have to debate you too, because it was a boat. Noah made a boat. He pitched it with pitch. It floated on water. It wasn't anything else. It wasn't no DNA code. It was a boat. Okay, brother.
Okay, could you also argue that Paul misconstrued the wording of and mistranslation of body to mean church, and then that's how the church became? Because Jesus never once says like create a church or have people that control. Or have
When he tells Peter you're a rock and I'm going to build my church on you, is that mistranslated?
He doesn't say church. He says the translation from Aramaic is like ministry.
It was written in Greek. Does it say ecclesia?
Yeah, but you got to go back from Greek and go to Aramaic.
Why? It was written in Greek. Why do I have to go to Aramaic if it's written in Greek?
It was written in Aramaic originally.
No, it was written in Greek originally. I reserve the right to be wrong on that. Let me look it up real quick. But before I do, yeah, let's not misrepresent the Christian position, because then I'm going to be debating you too. So
I'm gonna try to fast forward to make up some lost time there.
Okay.
Thanks for that though, not Dan. It's some food for thought and interesting anyway. So back to the ark that produced or reproduced the entire earth. I heard you mention zebras. So you do believe in interbreeding. You know that interbreeding occurs. So your claim is that it's the original animals that were saved, and then they were allowed to interbreed to make the different, zebras and things that we have today, right? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
They won't interbreed with something outside their kind. Microevolution will get you the variations of the same kinds of animal. Like, the horses and the zebras can still interbreed. So that's just shapes and colors of fur. So microevolution will get you that.
Okay, so you do believe in some form of evolution. You believe in microevolution, just not macro? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in micro, not macro. And to answer your question, brother, that was absolutely written in Koine Greek, not Aramaic. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the New Testament. Yeah, parts of the New Testament were Greek, not Aramaic. It's the Old Testament that was in. Anyway, you said it. Okay, so 4,500 is about, I don't know, if I would do quick math, about, I don't know, maybe like 160 to 180 generations. And I don't want to bring race into this, like you said, but I think that, it's an easy, clear distinction between, you and I. Are you saying that the microevolution happened within 170 generations or so to change either black into having white or white into black? Is that what you're?
I don't know how many
two people. There's only one family, right?
Right. I don't know exactly.
They're mixed.
Right. I don't know exactly how many generations it would take, but clearly it's micro because it's just melanin, right? So it's just melanin count and eye shapes and nose shapes and ear shapes. That's just micro. So yeah, absolutely. Once the Tower of Babel happened, and then they went off into their own group, certain traits got isolated and selected artificially. But yeah, there was no different
you believe
human
in evolution. You just don't believe that humans evolved from.
I believe in micro
other species.
I believe in micro, not macro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
They just debunked like us coming from Neanderthal, right? They just debunked that connection. And then two, it's like do we really think that if evolution is real, this would be the form that we'd want to be in with predators in the world and nature? This is exactly the best representation of like survival. Don't have hair, can't really keep yourself warm. I would think if evolution was true to its nature, we have evolved completely different and much more of a apex predator form.
Does the Bible speak about how the animals were nourished as well? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it was definitely according to the. Okay.
You're talking about.
Give enlighten us on.
Yeah, sure. You're talking about
on how the animals stayed alive.
On the ark, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Bible says that after the flood is when they started eating meat. All the animals and people on the earth ate the plants before.
So there was some plants that were brought on the ark. Is that?
Yeah, you just
what
got
we're saying?
take hay or something on there. I mean, the Bible doesn't say what plants were taken, but I mean, clearly we store hay and stuff today, so it wouldn't be a problem to take the plants onto the ark to feed the animals.
Okay, so the ants were. The animals were not carnivorous. They were, veggies.
Yeah, they weren't carnivores.
Yeah. So they ate, and then after they hit land, and they within the 4,500 years changed into.
Yeah, after the ark, God allowed meat eating, if you will. Now there was
prior to the ark, there was no meat eating.
Well, so let me say, so there wasn't supposed to. Now, was there examples of there was? The Bible says that the violence of all flesh come before God. So. Could animals be unaliving each other and eating each other before the flood? Yeah, of course. And that's one of the reasons, because God said the violence of all flesh was before him. So naturally, there probably was animals eating each other before they got on the ark, but the animals that got on the ark would have been vegetarian.
I got a question. I got a quick question.
Okay.
All right, so I'm a believer. I was saved 3.5 years ago. I'm reading books right now. I'm about to finish The Language of God by Francis S. Collins, and it's a really good book. And he's saying that there is harmony between science and faith, that the one doesn't cancel the other, and that God could have used evolution as a way of like how he made it. Designed us and like we evolved. So
well,
no. Do you think that's possible?
No, because they have to try to make the Bible say something that it doesn't say. And I would agree with your statement that science and the Bible are harmonized. But don't count stuff that's not testable and observable as part of science. You have to, just because somebody says that we got proof of evolution, then I'm going to need to see some evidence. And that's what I constantly do on here. Is I don't think the macroevolution is part of science. That's not just, there's no evidence for it.
I agree with you.
So when they say to the person that you're reading this book, when they said God did it through evolution, Christianity and evolution are diametrically opposed to each other. They cannot agree on the same thing. I know Christians say that they believe in evolution, but they're literally saying, I don't believe the Bible when they say that. I'll give you a couple of examples. The Bible says that the earth was made before the sun. Evolution teaches that the sun was made before earth. The Bible says that God made the plants on day 3 and the sun on day 4. Well, evolution says that clearly you have to have the sun here before you have the plants. So those two things are diametrically opposed. Somebody got it wrong. Evolution teaches that millions of things had to unalive before man popped into existence, from the apes. So the Bible says that nothing unalived until after Adam sinned. The evolution teaches that reptiles turned into birds. The Bible says that birds were here before reptiles. So these two things are diametrically opposed. Somebody is utterly wrong. You cannot mesh these two things together.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen that
I definitely
quote?
agree with what you just said. Absolutely. Just to respond, he's like so Francis S. Collins, The Language of God. He's a believer. He believes in God, and he doesn't believe evolution. But he was a scientist for I believe Ronald Reagan, and he was very by something. He was very up there. He did he was the nation's scientist or something. Really great book. highly. I'm on Chesterton, and it's he found a harmony between science and faith, and he calls it biologos. Have you ever heard of biologos?
Not that I'm aware of.
May I please ask a question? Because I've been trying to ask a question. I keep getting skipped.
I technically was down here on this guy, and I hadn't moved on from him. But go ahead, Harlow.
I know, and then that guy jumped in, and it's like I was listening to what Pharaoh was having, and I really wanted to ask some questions when Pharaoh finished up.
Yeah, so go ahead, Harlow.
I'm done. The last question I'll ask. I'm sorry. The very last question is just how many years have what was the start of Adam and Eve? I got the 4,500 with the flood. Can you just give me the year that the Bible says Adam?
Well, the Bible doesn't give an exact date on it, but if you add up the lineages, when it says that Adam was 120 when he begot Seth, and you can go through the lineage, it's somewhere around 6,000. But again, it's not perfect. So people can argue more about that. But yeah, about 6,000 and some change.
You would say though less than 10,000, right?
Some people argue for about 12, but yeah, I would say about 10,000, less than 10,000. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm done.
Was it Moses?
Parts above.
Hold on. Let Harlow go. Go ahead, Harlow.
It's so aggravating when you don't even get an opportunity to speak. It's like if we're talking about a divine celestial being, why are we questioning how these animals were kept or how they were fed? I mean, he could have put them in some sort of hibernation stance if that's what he wanted to do. I mean, because animals can hibernate for months at a time. It's like we can't compare, and I am a scientist, but we can't compare what, and I'm going to say could have happened with an actual celestial being's plan, who planned this flood, who planned for Noah to manage this ark. We can't look at it in the eyes of 2026. We're going to ask these questions and we're going to be like, well, that couldn't have happened. But we're already talking about people that lived, for 600 and 800 years. How long did they say Methuselah lived? So it's like we can't just look through it through the lens of modern day society. And that's what I was trying to get. Well, thank you for burping when I'm actually trying to have a conversation, sir. That was so kind of you.
Yeah, what the heck? Go ahead.
It's Carla.
Go ahead, Harlow.
I'm good. Obviously, what I have to say is just worth being burped on. I'm
muted.
And a scientist.
I'm muted. That silliness. But what you said is what I constantly bring up, Harlow. Uniformitarianism. People believe that the way things are today is the way that things were back then. And you're right.
We have no proof of that. We have. It's like I could argue back at you as I take these notes, and I'm like, I was having William take notes for me yesterday because I was at a competition. Because I do want to explore some of these things because I'm only about 2.5 years away from retirement, and it's like instead of like we always jump the broom, so to speak, and we're like, no, you're wrong. Well, what if we took a step back and we're like, well, how could this have happened? Because you can't believe in the magic of Atlantis, and a lot of people do, and then totally discredit the Bible, right? Because I recently, even in my own quick study, like carbon dating is only solid for about 40 to 50,000 years, and then we go into rocks. And like think about it for a moment, and I'm not trying to bring up bad things in history, but let's talk about history for a brief 30 seconds. When I'm 47, when I was in the 5th grade and I started learning about American history, they completely whitewashed it, right? They made it seem like it was so great, it was loving, it was all the things. When actually Lincoln was a mass unaliver. Like, have you read what he did to the Native American people? They told us what they wanted us to look it up. Look up the atrocities that Lincoln did to the Native American people. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. So how do we know factual that what we've been taught to believe is correct versus what the Bible said? And honestly, in this day and time, I'm starting to like level up the Bible a little bit more and take a harder look at it because of the nonsense they try to get us to believe every day. Lincoln was not a hero. I'm sorry, he wasn't. Custer got what he deserved. I'm like, do you want me to keep going?
What's the proof?
History is written by the victors. That's true.
Exactly. It's like, so if history is written by the victors, and at the very least, you have to look at the Bible as a history book, you know, who's to say it's like if it's not in their best interest to believe in what the Bible said, well, we're just going to change that. Because a question that I asked Will yesterday, I was like, can we start? I want to start taking a look at the closest. I know we can't look at a map from 4,500 years ago. I know that doesn't exist. But one thing I do have as a question is like, how many different bodies of water were already established? Because people can't live without water. So there was established water somewhere for Noah and his family and all the other people to be surviving on this planet. There was already bodies of water, or they could not have inhabited there. I believe that's why, like, parts of, like, was it the Aztec or the Maya, actually part of their system failed because they didn't have access to water. And that was just, like a couple thousand years ago. So it's like, you can't live without water. So if this flood started to happen and it integrated with bodies of water, it would absolutely happen quicker. Look at what happens when we have hurricanes. So I'm actually changing my thought process to like, well, what if this happened? How could it have happened scientifically? Because I am a scientist. So I land my plane there.
Oh, I had something.
Which field of science are you in, Harlow? I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're okay. I'm in biology. I interrupted you accidentally. I only interrupted you because somebody else interrupted you. And I was like, wait a minute. And I like what Pharaoh is saying. And it's like, I want to interject because you made a lot of really good points. You were like, well, they would have had to have eaten a plant diet. Well, what if they did? But what if he also had the ability to put them in some like sleep-like state where they rested? Because could you imagine like cleaning up after 24,000 animals?
Mm-hmm.
Like that would have been a daunting task. So it's like, we don't know, right? There's so much of this as educated people. If we really try to sit down and versus like throw our hats at it and be like, oh, this is bananas, there's no way it could have happened.
Hey.
Like I'm starting to look at these things. Well, what if it did? How could it have happened?
She never claimed she's looking at it about how could it happen. So just thinking, she never claimed that she believed that it did happen. So please don't come in here and make your little slick comments towards my guest, or I will block you. I don't mind you making them towards me, but don't insult my guest and then straw man their position that she never said that. She never said that.
Who was attacking me? I didn't. I was literally. I'm trying like because
there is a extremely rude race atheist, at the top called Just Thinking. He comes in here. He's constantly rude to me, which I don't mind, but.
Well, how can you prove? Wait a minute, please, sir. Wait a minute, please, sir. How can you prove to me without a shadow of a doubt it didn't happen? Prove to me in 60 seconds, because you're jumping line as well. We've already had 2 other people that are ahead of you that are waiting to speak, and I had to fight for my ability to be able to speak. So why don't you think on that for a minute, and when Will turns you loose, tell me unequivocally, wait a minute, let me think. Oh my gosh. Why are you so much?
You're not gonna get him, Harlow. He is
I don't even want to get him.
Now, he's absolutely outrageously rude, and he's not going to follow your conversation because he's not intelligent enough to.
I'm a damn scientist, and I can't prove to you without a shadow of a doubt it couldn't, because we're talking about us. So wait a second, please. I will shut up and let you say whatever you want to say. Let me get it out. But we can't prove that a celestial being didn't have the power to do whatever in the Hades they wanted, because the word celestial is different. Look at like aliens. Like, we've got pretty decent documented proof of aliens who are far more advanced than we are. So why would you sit there and think that God is exactly like, wait a second.
I agree with the creator.
I give up. Go ahead. I give up.
I told you he is so far unintelligible that you're not going to be able to reach him.
But Pharaoh, please don't leave. I'm enjoying the conversation with Will and with Pharaoh. But, oh my God.
I told you he comes up every day, and he doesn't last very long.
I think most understand what you said. Your point was kind of landed even through the interruption, so we understand.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is, what do you think of that, Pharaoh? Because, what do you think of that, Will? It's like, because we're not talking about a human. We're talking about a celestial being. We've got to think outside the box and think about something that has a force far more superior than ours.
So a
I
couple.
mean, if you built the heaven and the earth, like what is it? A boat? A boat with a bunch of animals is nothing compared to making
Yeah.
this universe, the heavens and the earth. But
Res-
we always get
That's
caught
all
in
I
this
was
one
trying to say.
story.
Thank you, not Dan.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, thank you for that. You said your name is Jeremy.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I'm trying to say. Yes, I am a scientist there, and I'm not. I'm not going to respond to the comments.
Yeah.
I'm just really trying to talk to intelligent people.
So
And I'm sorry, Jeremy, I didn't include you in that, but I mean that's just the point that I've been trying to bring up. So I'll land my plane and let you gentlemen take over, and I'll just wait.
yeah. So as
Harlow,
always,
one
Harlow.
point to you about being a scientist. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One point to you about being a scientist, right? I encourage everyone, any great philosopher, scientist in any field of study, even like people, that are deep in this stuff, like astrophysicists, all this stuff. At the end of their careers, almost every single one of them finds faith. Even Sigmund Freud, who was
I'm at the end of my
post-religion,
career.
yeah, at the very end of his life, they go, "Do you believe God's real?" And he looked them dead in the right in the camera, and goes, "I know he is."
So I say this every live. Harlow is a regular on my show. She's not an atheist. She believes in God, and she follows Jesus and Buddha. And I'm just trying to get her over into Christianity, and so I keep working on her. So that's why I think it's so funny, because every time she comes on my panel and just says something sensible, everybody starts attacking her like she's a young Earth creationist, and she's not.
I've been called stupid. I've been said that because I have this accent, there's no way that I've had the degree that I have. I have the degree I have because my husband and my father paid for my degree, and it took me 12 years because I raised 2 children. I still got my degree.
If you guys would listen to her, y'all would hear that she disagrees with me. She's not a young Earth creationist, but just because she comes up and starts talking, y'all automatically think that she's this big young Earth creationist. And then you start getting really silly, stupid comments like, "Oh, you're not a scientist." And I'm just like, you're not listening to what she's saying, because she's not agreeing with me, guys. She's just
100% disagreeing with you either.
Right.
It's so easy to tell somebody to F off, you're wrong. And I'm starting to take a look at it. It's like, well, okay, that's why I asked Will those questions yesterday. It's like, can you tell me the bodies of water that may have been, because I haven't studied the Bible like Will has. So it's like a little bit, I am skipping the line there. And it's like, can you tell me about the bodies of water? Because there had to have been water for people to survive. That would help understand the claims of a mass flooding.
And
that would
when
make some sense to me.
When I talk to her, I can tell she's a scientist, because she's not coming at it trying to debunk it. She's not trying to come at it trying to prove it. She's asking questions that way she can look at it later, dig into it deep. If she thinks I'm wrong about something, she don't have any problem telling me I'm wrong. If I think she's wrong about something, I don't have any problem telling her I think she's wrong. And then we're still good friends on it. But it always amuses me how much you get attacked, and you get attacked more than I do. And I'm the young Earth creationist.
Yeah, a lot of it is my accent, which really hurts my feelings, guys, because I was raised by a single father who was a mechanic and a farmer who put everything he had in his daughter to send me to college. So I mean, I'm very proud of that. I mean, so it's like I don't come from a silver spoon in my mouth, and I do have the ability to think. And it's interesting what Jeremy said about a lot of scientists at the end of their career find faith. And it's like I feel like I've always had faith and I've always had spirituality, but I'm also intellectual. So it's like how can we take a look at this with a different set of eyes and say, well, okay, how could that have happened? And my answer would be, well, a celestial being doesn't have to lower themselves to
Live.
standard standard. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
come in here and teach us how to fly the spaceship. And I'll shut up so you know, because I've already taken up way too much time.
Gotcha. Love you. All right. Love you. Bye.
In the comments. So I would love for you guys to say to my daddy's face,
All right. Let's get this train back on the tracks. So what you stated there, Harlow, is something I don't necessarily go with. That God could have put these animals in a hibernative state. He could have. There's no doubt. And some young Earth guys state that they state that that's clearly what God did is He put them in a hibernative state. I don't know. He could have. The Bible doesn't say that He didn't. But He absolutely could have. Most of the time.
So here's my thing with that. And my apologies for interrupting.
You're right.
I'm glad you brought that up. It was a point that I wanted to make earlier. If this was something they were currently experiencing, maybe they didn't feel the need to explain it because they didn't know what their world was going to be like in 2026. You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't have known to, like, I wouldn't know to document how to make scrambled eggs and cheese in the morning for my Gigi baby. Like, I wouldn't know. I would not think that would be necessary need to know information, right? I'm just going to make scrambled eggs with the cheese because that's what Gigi likes to eat.
Yeah, the
Right?
Bible.
So, I mean,
The Bible was written to us. It was written for us. It wasn't written to us.
right. It's not a recipe. It's not a recipe for life. Okay, and I'm trying to shut up because I know we've got other people waiting.
Nah, Harlow, you're always welcome on my panel, and anytime you jump in, I'm not going to yell at you.
And congrats on the degree.
Thank you. I have an amazing daddy and I have an amazing husband. I've got 2 amazing children. It all
Hold
worked
on.
out.
I gotta get my welcome everybody, have a good day commenter in here. He's gonna come up and tell everybody to have a great day. So, but
Bro, that's a boat fucking.
here it comes.
It's about that time.
It's that time, brother. Let's hear it.
What day it is? It's Sunday.
Sunday.
And I just have to say, I hope everyone has a good Sunday today.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
Thank you,
Happy
man.
Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you. Be good. TikTok is such a crazy place, man. It has all these different. That guy comes in here just to say happy whatever day it is, and then he leaves. All right.
That's cool. So Harlow brings up a good point. So I
Yep.
don't, and I was trying to do that as well. I mean, a celestial being can do.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, man. Don't come in here first. Don't come in here last and think you get to talk first. I'll get to you. I promise you. Go ahead, Pharaoh. I apologize again.
So celestial beings can do what they want, and I think we're not trying to analyze on what is not said, but what we know is said. So, for example, Harlow, your brother here, the host, is saying that the sun came after the plants. Now, as a biologist, how do you reconcile that? That's very clear in the Bible. So. It's not what is, could have done, So how do you reconcile the things that are actually said by the celestial being as being truth? And we know that science tells us something different. Can you reconcile that one?
I know this is going to sound like a cop-out, and I did send you a follow, Pharaoh, because I'm definitely enjoying the conversation. And again, I'm not trying to monopolize the panel by any stretch of the imagination. But again, I'm going to go back to if this earth and if us humans are truly his creation, then who is to say if he's that powerful or she's that powerful or whatever this God force is that powerful that, that they couldn't have done whatever they wanted to do. And my argument to our friend, the atheist up here, is like, you can no more prove me wrong than I can prove you right at this point in scientific data. Now, I'm starting to take some notes. I definitely have some things that I want to look into that I'm starting to get really excited about because the only thing I've done for the last 10 years is dissection. So I'm actually looking forward to taking this project on. I definitely want to involve Will in it and other educated people and see if we can actually maybe even take it and make a paper or something that's published out of it. Because the more and more I try to push back on Will that couldn't happen, but it's I can't prove to him anymore that it was a negative, just like he can't prove to me it's a positive. And if we're talking about people that lived 600 to 800 years, because I would have said that's bananas, but you know what? I don't know that, right? I wasn't there in that time frame. None of us were. So it's none of us believe in aliens until you see something a little bit shady in the sky, right? That makes you think. Or even in North Carolina, I don't know where in the mountains that Will lives in, but the brown lights in the mountains of North Carolina, right? We can't explain that phenomenon, but it is a phenomenon. Yeah. So maybe where we're making the mistake at, and I promise you I'm trying to shut up again, but it's we can't disprove it because it's called a phenomenon.
And I would add to that, Pharaoh, it would be hard to, again, we're going for uniformitarianism. So he made the light before he made the sun. Now, if you ask me to explain that, it just I couldn't scientifically because God just explains that he is light. So if he made the light before the sun, I couldn't explain that scientifically. And also, if he made the plants on day 3 and the sun on day 4, that wouldn't be a problem for a 12-hour period. It would be a problem for millions of years. I would agree with that. It would be a problem for the plants to exist millions of years without the sun, but it wouldn't be a problem for 12 hours.
No, and one thing to Pharaoh's point, right? Like observable science that we can prove. We always thought that black holes suck things in. We never knew where they went. We just, for the first time ever, observed something coming out of a black hole, right? So it's like the observable evidence of what we have is only what we know. So what came first or not,
I would take that same observation power that we have that we're putting towards Noah's flood, Pharaoh. I would take that same skepticism and put it towards macroevolution, right?
Sorry, I work with astrophysicists daily. What do you mean stuff coming out of black hole event horizons?
So you have there are the north and south poles of black holes where it spits
Hawking radiation,
stuff
which
gets
is not a thing. It's information, and it's cut off from its antiparticle, right? That's
so
why
does
it's
it
not visible.
does black holes spit stuff out at the poles? All right. So anyway, hold on, guys. Hold on. Before we go to this astrophysicist stuff, Pharaoh, I would ask that you take that same skepticism that you have towards the flood and the creation, and put that same requirement towards macroevolution. So if macroevolution was true, then we'd.
Yeah, I do, brother. I do, and that's why you don't hear me. I'm not mentioning it again. I'm not mentioning the macro. I'm trying to understand
I got you.
Your beliefs and based off of that. And phenomenons are fine. I heard Harlow's response and not knowing, but let's not mistake that for when we know something. It's no longer a phenomenon. It's no longer a miracle. We know what it is, and if we know the photosynthesis, and we know that plants grow through sunlight, and there's certain things, the laws of the universe, I'll call it, that the creator must have put together, and there's something that contradicts that we know, that we're not saying, we don't know about it, it's a phenomenon. No, we know.
Right.
We know we can grow plants.
Again, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a problem for.
That's when I start to say, well,
I got you. It wouldn't be a problem for
skepticism, right?
It wouldn't be a problem for 12 hours, though, right?
I don't know. I don't know how a plant would even be in any existence to grow without sun. But
well, like I said, the light was
not even 1 hour.
It wouldn't. Well, we're not claiming that it grew in an hour, right? God made it. That's a miracle. I couldn't explain that. So if God created it, and He created it obviously with age, He created Adam and Eve fully grown, and He didn't give them seeds and say, "Go plant these really quickly, or you're not going to have nothing to eat." So clearly, He created a mature creation. He created it with the appearance of time. He created grapes on the vine that were ready to eat, that never matured, that never grew, right?
You have just constructed Pascal's wager of last Thursdayism.
Great. So I would say I know you are like you're dying to get in here and change the conversation to something else, and I'm going to allow it. But please let me get through the other guests before I go to you. Okay, please. So, like I said, Pharaoh, it wouldn't be a problem for 12 hours. If you created a plant and it didn't have any sunlight for 12 hours, it would be fine. That wouldn't break the laws of science. Not for 12 hours.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And so my only thing was that is I would take that same skepticism, which I do, and apply it to macroevolution. I need to see information gain. And I don't think anyone ever brings me an example of information gain. They always bring me an example of micro, or they bring me an example of degradation and then claim that that's evolution because it's degrading.
I would just be careful, referring to it as micro, because without micro, you have to acknowledge macro. I talk about it as mutations or adaptation.
Well, I don't think so. It's pretty easy for me to say. All you got to do is just define your terms. I was getting ready to go to my friend now, but he left right when I was getting ready to go to him. Spectrum, what's up, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I just have a quick question type statement, and I've been saved for 3.5 years. I've been studying the Bible for studying it. I've read it,
but now I'm studying it and understanding it. And my statement question is, can you understand the Bible the way it's supposed to be understood as an atheist agnostic? For example, in John 10, 27, 28, my sheep hear my voice and I know them and they follow me. Could it understand it, but to apply it and understand it the way it was designed to be understood, wouldn't you have to have faith to, like, because some things in the Bible, you need faith to understand.
No, you need faith to believe, not to understand, I would say. You can read that Jesus resurrected. You might not believe that, but you can understand that that's what it says, right? It clearly says that Jesus rose again on the third day. Now you can say, I don't believe that, but you can't say that it doesn't say that. It would be really hard. I think the last study I seen on this was like the King James version of the Bible. Once you understand some these and the nows, and it means singular or plural, and they didn't walk around in the 1700s going, "How doest thou today, thee, sir?" They didn't talk like that. It was written in a way that it made it plural. These and thous are singular. Ye's and yours are plural. So once you kind of understand the basics of that, then it's like on a 5th grade reading level or something like that, or 6th grade, something along those lines. It's not hard to understand for the most part. Now there is parts in it that it's not written to us. Again, it's not written to us; it's written for us, right? So I bring this up with the Nephilim. The Bible only mentions the word Nephilim twice, and it's talking about the sons of God come down to the daughters of men and found them attractive. And there's a whole groups of people that try to make this out to be fallen angels, had half angel and half human babies, when the Bible just doesn't mention anything about it at all. So I would say it like this. I don't want to monologue. The things that are clear in the Bible is clear. The things that the Bible are trying to tell us is very clear and easy to understand. People can say, I don't believe it, but it's clear, easy, and understand. There are things that are mentioned that are written to the people at the time that they understood that we don't understand now today, but it has no, like the Nephilim, but it has no, it has no bearing on today or salvation or anything like that.
Okay. And then just to follow up, just one last question. This is one, because I'm arguing with someone in the comments about I'm trying to use the tag argument, and I've only learned it a little bit. Are you familiar with the tag argument?
Not that I'm aware of, huh?
So it's like 2 + 2 = 4. Yes. Does it always equal 4? Yes. And then you'll ask, does logic exist outside of your mind? Right?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to talk too long. And basically, you keep going down this line of questioning, and you get to is great ever justified? And nearly everyone says no. There's some people that will try to use a multiverse theory. Universes, we're in the one universe that does not, or does have morals, the other one doesn't.
I went through that argument yesterday, and I ended up getting a guy to openly admit on the panel that it was fine, that it wasn't objectively wrong. It was subjectively wrong, but it wasn't objectively wrong.
No, I just joined the Beatles, bro. Yesterday, bro. It was a long time.
Wow, that's crazy.
I just joined. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But So my argument is the question I have with this thing is, where did we get our morals? Like, I know from being a Christian, you don't have to be like a good person. That like God doesn't make you a good person. We have our own, like, what I'm trying to say, like, our morals, like are we good as Christians because of God, or is it been on our hearts? Like, how
you can look at it through the history. Now, let me say this on the out front. Every religion has people that use the religion in an effort to do some bad stuff, but we can look at the religion and determine if the religion is teaching that, or if somebody's doing that in the name of the religion and clearly lying about it. Like, for example, the Muslim religion, in the book, it tells you to violently submit all of the other religions until they pay the jizya. So that's what the book says. The book says that. And then Christians, the book, if people go around unaliving people or trying to force them into Christianity based off of that and calling that Christianity, that's not. The book doesn't tell us to do that. So it's clearly that individual doing something bad that's clearly outside the book, right? So most of the world today gets its morality from a Christian viewpoint. Now it's not, the Christians aren't the sole holder of not doing bad stuff. Buddhism doesn't teach to run around and unalive people and all of that stuff either. But Christianity is the base for most of the world's morality. Christianity is the biggest religion. It went around, people talk about how constantly slavery's in the Bible, so therefore the Bible condones slaves. Well, no, the Bible talks about slaves, but it's not the same as saying that it's okay or a good thing to have slaves. And it was legitimately the Christians that rid the world basically until now. Recently, we're starting to come back up, but they basically ended slavery, and that was Christians that did that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think I'm pretty good. I kind of wanted to comment on something, but it was more of it was towards Harlow. Nothing bad, just something she said about Lincoln, and I was going to use something about Mustache Man. If Lincoln was paved as a great man, a God-fearing man, because the victor said so. Well, if the victor said that Mustache Man was really evil, I mean, it's only from the victor, so how do we know he was really this way? They never translated any of his speeches.
Well, I think again,
I'm sorry. There's documented evidentiary proof of what he did to the Native Americans. I encourage you to do your research yourself because I don't want to tell you what to believe. But it's going to take about 30 minutes of research for you to realize the atrocities he committed on indigenous people.
Are you talking about the Trail of Tears?
Not just that, honey.
So,
well,
hold on, guys. Let's. I don't want to get off into a side debate about the nature of man is very complicated, and good men in one area can be absolute atrocious beings in another area. It's true that Lincoln freed the slaves. There's no doubt, but he was still a racist and said that we're not equal or separate. They should be over there. We should be over here. So, even though Lincoln freed the slaves, it's not like, if he walked up to a black person that they would find him a really great man. So it's true that people can be great in one area and do really great things in one area and just be an utter scumbag in other areas. So that's why I said the ultimate person that I look towards is Jesus. Everybody else is completely flawed, and I don't try to wrap my mind around, nor do I try to mold myself off of anybody other than him. I'm capable of.
Buddha was flawed. Buddha was a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, I am capable of saying this individual did something good, but he's a bad person, or this individual did something bad, but he's a good person. So
Romans 3:23.
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
call.
Well, I'm all questioned out.
Yeah, man, appreciate you.
Christian, to your point, right? Like Christianity is the only religion on this planet that shows tolerance, love, and like compassion for other religions, other groups of people, right? It's like one of the only ones. And like as someone that served overseas and have seen you're talking about a moral code, the demoralization or lack of humanity when you get indoctrinated into certain things and what someone can do and just act like nothing happened and go about their days.
Yeah.
You don't really know what it is until you see it.
That's a good point. Yeah. Michaels, you've been cool. What you got, man?
So I love science. I'm not a scientist, never claimed to be, but I love science.
Okay.
And there's some evidence that I'd like to present to you guys that helps with some of the things that you've been discussing.
Okay.
So we were taught Cro-Magnon man, right? He was a precursor to apes, right? So the evidence is that the only bone in the human body that continues to grow till we die is the forehead bone, right? One right, your eyebrow. So the only difference between a Cro-Magnon man's skeleton and a modern skeleton is their eyebrow is larger. So according to the Bible, it says that people live to be, 900 years. So they would have a larger eyebrow.
Yeah, it's called the occipital bun. The occipital bun right here causes the muscles to pull on your face, right? Basically. So you'll see people that have like really refined brow ridges because the muscles pull on the bone. And you'll see this with bodybuilders. You know, the muscles pull on the bone. So if you live to be of great age, then that bone is going to build up calcium on that, and it's going to stretch the bone, right? So if you work out a lot, where your bones attach or your muscles attached to your bone, that bone is going to be in a different shape. It's going to be larger and more protruding because that muscle is pulling on that bone. So yeah, you're exactly right that if you live to be, 900 years like the pre-flood man, after Newton's second law of thermodynamics kicked in and everything tends towards chaos and decay, then that's exactly true. The muscles would cause the bone to warp.
Well, also too, I also think because your skin's moving away and it gives it that appearance, right? But also too, like I'm pretty sure that the only bone that's fully formed that doesn't grow any more is your head and your form.
Well, that's what he's talking about. The muscles, if you live to be of great age, it would pull on the bone and cause the bone to grow, if you would. Yeah, good point, Michael. Good point.
I have another one. So there is a time that God stopped the sun, right? He said he stopped the sun.
Right.
So Joshua could win a battle.
Right.
So we should examine that a little bit. So how does the sun stop? Is it that the earth stopped revolving around the sun?
Yeah, it's a perspective thing. So when they say the sun stood still in the sky, clearly it would have to be the earth that actually stopped.
If we believe that we're going around the sun, right?
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, so I definitely,
I'm a biblical earther. I believe what the Bible says.
Right.
Okay, the Bible says that the sun was created, as you guys stated before, on the fourth day.
Mm-hmm.
So how could this earth revolve around something that wasn't there?
It wasn't, but then again, it's not a problem. It's empty space, so where's it going? It doesn't have to be going anywhere.
There also has to be evidence that we're revolving around it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so mathematically, you could break it down to show that we are not doing it. We are not going around the sun.
How do you get that?
Perspective. Okay, walk to a light, put a light in front of you. You're looking at it straight ahead, right?
Uh-huh.
So six months from now, you're going to be on the other side of the light. So now it's going to be at the back of your head, right?
Okay.
So
except everything's moving.
I got it. Keep going, brother. I apologize.
Okay, so 6 months is 12 hours, right?
What? 6 months is 12 hours.
6 months would be 12 hours. If you're looking at it at noon, you're looking at it facing.
Hold on, but okay, I'm lost a little bit. All right, so I'm with you on, 6 months we're on the other side, or we should be on the other side. I'm with you on that. How do you get 12 hours out of that? That's 6 months. How is 6 months 12 hours?
Because now it's at the back of your head rather than in front of you. 12 hours. Or, think of a clock.
Okay, so we're thinking about this like a clock. Okay, we skipped that part.
We're looking at noon.
Okay.
And then when you go to the other side, you're looking at 6, right?
Okay.
Because the back of your head.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So every clock should have to account for that, but none of them do.
Like
a daily clock, every day should be 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds in order for that to happen, but it never happens.
I thought we were just comparing it to a clock. Now you're saying actually use a real clock? Okay, well, I'm still lost for how we went from how does 12 months equal 6, or how does 6 months equal 12 hours?
But the light's looking at your
Or
face.
6.
When you're on the other side of the sun, it's looking at the back of your head. So the earth would have to spin in order to account for that, right?
Yeah.
And it's 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, which is 12 hours and 6 months. But no clock has ever accounted for it in the history of time.
I'm lost. Does anybody else know what he's talking about? Is anybody else able to follow? Maybe it's just me.
I think, but to his point, if there isn't 12 months or 13, you should never have a leap year, right? The time and the observance of time and how you measure it is circumstantial.
All right. So how do we? So okay. So let me just skip that because I'm not following. So you don't think we're revolving around? We're not revolving around the sun.
That's not what we observe. No.
Okay. So where do we get the seasons from?
Well, there's a lot of theory on that. I don't know. I don't know what the Bible says on it as far as where they come from. In fact, when God talked to Job about all of this type of stuff, he said he let him know that he didn't have the answers. So I'm okay with not having the answers, but I do want to know what Scripture says about everything.
Right, but I mean, I get it. But like I said earlier, I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate also, but I also know the Bible doesn't tell me how to tie my shoes. So, but I still know how to tie my shoes, and I can say unequivocally without a doubt that I can teach people how to tie their shoes, and that's fact. So I think the us revolving around the sun clearly is why we get the seasons. I think that fits. I think God designed that.
Maybe, or it's another event that we don't understand. Now,
Why is it that when we see, I mean, are you just taking it that the earth is clearly different than all the other celestial? I mean, I know it's different as in that we have life and all that, but I mean, is it different shaped, and is it different scientifically than literally what we test and observe out here in the cosmos?
that to me, that's confusing the issue. It's really simple. When you look at a light and you walk past it, okay, go in a circle, you go around it. Now the light is at the back of your head instead of at your face. So there has to be a time. There has to be something that demonstrates that happening, and it does not
It's
happen.
called night. It's called nighttime.
I don't. I know. I'm so lost. I just want to know. Anybody else on the panel? Are you able to follow this time face back of your head light thing? I'm not. I don't know where he's going with that. Is anybody else able to follow that?
Yeah, I can explain it.
Okay, help me out.
All right. So if you have a dot on the ceiling, right? 24 hours, you're doing a revolution. You're rotating one time, and as you go around, it's always noon at the same time after 24 hours, right?
Okay.
Whenever you do your six month revolution around the sun, you should be facing the other direction. You should be facing away from the sun, is what he's trying to say. So there's.
But okay,
that's an
so
argument for,
but I don't get it, because you got the sun, you got the earth revolving around the sun, and then 24 hours you got the earth also spinning, which is spinning and revolving around the sun. So it shouldn't be on just at the 6 month mark. It should be behind our head. It should also be in front of our face, because the earth turns to face the sun.
right, but it would be a different time of day, is what he's saying. It should be like 12 noon.
But
on one
going
side
around
and say hi.
going around the sun doesn't determine the day. The spin of the earth is what determines the day.
Right, exactly. So what he's saying is at noon you would be facing the same direction every day. That's what he's saying.
But
so whenever you do a rotation, that's one full day. So you're always facing the same direction at noon.
But at noon, why are we not? Where is it that noon time is not daytime?
Well, that's the point. It shouldn't be, because you're facing a complete opposite direction.
Are you guys saying like
When you're on one side of the sun, you're facing the complete opposite. It's kind of tough to follow if you're minded.
Yeah, because the earth changed. If you're here, this is the sun, this is the planet. 6 months you're here, but the earth turns. So I don't get the whole you should be facing an opposite direction thing. I'm not following that at all.
I kind of think that if God wanted us to know all this, He would have put it in the Bible.
I think that there's some things that God hides, and it says it's our glory to try to figure it out. It literally says that.
Yep.
So there's nothing wrong. If God literally did not tell us everything in the world, He told us what we needed to know to be saved, and it's up to us to figure out the rest. And it says it's to our glory to do that.
What do you make of the passage? What do you make of the passage that the earth is immovable?
Yeah, no, you can't move it. Who's going to move it?
Did you guys see that evidence that came out that NASA did?
It says no. It doesn't say there would be no motion. It says it cannot be moved.
Yeah, and some of the times when we have to understand that the Bible is literal, there's no doubt it's literal, but sometimes it's describing stuff it's not in a literal way. It's using semantic language in an effort to describe something. Like when God asked Job, he asked Job all of these different questions, and he says, "Where was you when I laid the foundations of the earth?" Okay, that's literally not meaning real foundations like you build a building, because we know in Genesis, He doesn't say anything about laying foundations. He noted that He started it off with water, right? He didn't build it on anything. It was just water. That's exactly what Genesis says. So when we know that God is talking to Job in the book of Job, and he says, "Where was you when I laid the foundations?" He's clearly using semantic language that says, "I'm God, you're not." So he says, "Where were you at when I did all of this? Who are you to question me? I'm God. Where were you at when I did this stuff?" He's using semantic language. Clearly, he didn't have foundations. But a lot of flat earth guys say, it says foundations, so that means that we're sitting on a desk somewhere and the earth is flat. And I'm like, whatever. It's not what it says. So I think the Bible should...
You can draw a reference. You
right.
can draw a reference and you can determine...
The Bible should be...
worldview, make things make sense. And
the Bible should be making...
I don't know what the shape of the earth is. I do know that the model they give us doesn't work.
Well,
and just this gentleman Michael here, he made a perfect reference.
I don't do the flat Earth stuff. I just don't. It's not my thing. It's not something that I care to argue. But I do believe in conspiracy theories just as much as the next person. But the amount, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like you'd have to believe that we didn't go to the moon, and you say, okay, well we didn't actually go to the moon. Okay, well why do we have all of these other adversarial nations going and taking pictures of the lands? Are they in on the conspiracy to show the world that the earth is actually flat and the moon is actually within inside the earth's sphere or something?
I mean, China's harvesting helium-3 from the surface of the moon as we speak.
So my point is why are these adversarial nations, they're in on the flat earth with us, right? So they can control all the nations. So they're going to go with the lie that we went to the moon. It just none of it makes sense.
They're really adversarial though?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, I would have to believe all of these different conspiracies in an effort to make my conspiracy work. Yeah, I just, I believe in conspiracies. I'm not saying that we're told the truth about everything. Clearly, yesterday's conspiracy theory is today's news. I get that, but it just, you got to make it make sense, because flat earthers, you don't have to just believe in one conspiracy like NASA. You literally have to believe that every government agency, there's nobody that's coming out against this, that all of these different people that are claiming they've been out in space is a lie, and they're all working together. And it's just like the amount of conspiracies that I have to believe, it just doesn't.
It's a lot to wrap around. I give it to you. I'll give it to you. It's a ton. But
and it doesn't make sense.
I would ask you, and this has nothing to do with flat Earth. What have you ever seen the government tell you the truth about?
Well, I don't need the government. I can go look at the ocean and watch the sails on a boat dip down under the horizon.
You could also get a P1000 camera and pull it right back into view.
Yeah, but that's because light bends, and I understand that too. When I did snipering, I don't usually bring this up, but when I was a sniper, it's called refraction. We took that into account when we're shooting in something with really like a hot, where you have reflection. It will cause the objects and stuff to move around. It's refraction. That's perfectly scientific. It just because you can take a telescope and see something out beyond the horizon, it's called refraction. We would expect to do that. We can test it on small scales.
And like when you do that pew downrange, you also have the pull of the earth and which it's spinning, which way that round's going to travel.
Then I have to believe in that. You got the final experiment where they took these big flat earthers. Now, again, you could say it's all a conspiracy, but you took some of the most prominent flat earthers and they flew them out to this part in the pole region to show them that there was hold on, let's see, restricted for 10 minutes because your live does not comply with 4 feet of visibility under the community. Oh, great. Somebody's reported me for hate speech again. All right. So
hate speech?
Yeah.
You did not use anything. Hey, host, when you get a chance, if I could get a couple minutes, we have a little bit of a problem here, brother.
Okay.
My friend. So I took into account the claims that you made related to 4,000 years ago.
Okay.
Related to the flood. And actually, my argument is going to be that if the flood is real, the Bible is false.
Okay.
And the reason I'm going to say that is because if the flood happened 4,000 years ago, now what I did is I looked at rabbits, the hare. we have the Egyptians used to actually mummify. I don't know why, for religious purpose or whatever, but they used to mummify rabbits as well.
Mhm.
So we have a mummified dawn hare. So the original hare, you know, as you said, only the originals were kind of in the ark. So the dawn hare was the original, even through micro evolution, that would have been the original. There's nothing that's interbreeding with that creates that. So the dawn hare, we have the bones 4,000 years ago. Guess what? It's very similar to the rabbit that we see today, the anatomical structure. So we have a snapshot of it 4,000 years ago, and we
Okay.
have a snapshot, obviously, the hares that are running around today in various places, right?
Okay.
Bear with me just 1 second. So we then have in Leviticus chapter 11, verse 6. Okay, Leviticus chapter 11, verse 6. And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean to you. So the description here is that the hare chews its cud. Now, I've spoken with folks in the past, and they say, well, maybe the hare in the past didn't, and I had to let it go because you're right. But you're now defining to me that the flood is real, so therefore it was 4,000 years ago. So if I could get a fossil that shows that the hare was in that state at that time, there's only been 4,000 years. The hare is anatomically identical. In other words, it's not a ruminant. We know that animals that chew their cud have, all of them, various compartments in their stomach, typically 4. Okay, they use it to digest, they store. There's 4 names of them. I don't remember the chambers, but they have a distinct anatomical difference than animals that do not chew the cud, i.e. the hare. Okay, so we now have a dilemma because we either have to believe that the creator did not understand his creation, did not know that the hare does not chew its cud and does not have these chambers, or it's a lie. Which one are we?
Well, that's again, you're going with an exact word fallacy that I literally just talked about them saying that. Like I used the example of them being, you know, when God said, I built the foundations of the earth, it's not literal language. So, and when it says that, so that they could finish the battle, they caused the sun to stop. The Bible says the sun stopped. Well, clearly it's not the sun. It's the earth stopped rotating. It's just looking at it from a perspective, right? It's looking at it from a perspective. So not very familiar. So the first thing I Googled on this is right while you were talking about it. It says this was written because the rabbit appears to chew cud because it constantly appears to be chewing, even though it's not when it doesn't pick up anything and eat. So people assume that it was chewing its cud. So that's it's a perspective thing. It wouldn't make it any wrong just because they say that the verse is not literally trying to tell you about a rabbit. Like, I mean, it is telling you about the rabbit, but it's telling you what's clean and what's not clean. It's not trying to give you a scientific lesson on does the rabbit actually chew cud or not, right?
No, and that's what makes it more damning because I'll read another one. And the swine, although he divides the hoof and be cloven-footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. These are clear dietary restrictions or acceptance of animals that we should or not coming from the divine being. So this is clearly, as you said, as you eloquently pointed out, to a mere mortal or human being, we understand why they would make that mistake, because it would appear that the hare is a ruminant like the other animals that would be excluded. But the hare actually fakes you out because it appears that it is, but it's not. It doesn't have the other compartments. Now, our biology today.
But why? So I don't get it. What's the difference? Well, what's the problem though? That's where I'm missing. What's the issue?
Here's the problem. When you have a creator, okay, that created everything.
Yep.
If I create something, I know the components and anatomical structure of that.
Right, but he didn't write it.
To believe. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he didn't write it though. This is God didn't come down with pen and paper and write it.
I know he didn't write it, but he got it from God, right? Are we saying? Do you believe that in Leviticus, the book that was supposedly handed down to a prophet, Moses, that he just made a mistake writing, or do you believe that it was the
No, I
word
believe
of
that
God
they're writing.
translated into writing?
I believe that they're clearly describing what's happened. Are you familiar with textual criticism?
No.
Okay, so this is a field in science to where it's textual criticism. It really only applies to the Bible, because the other scriptures, it falls apart with them, and I'll give you some examples. But textual criticism, you're looking at the writing to determine if what they're telling you is the truth or not. So as Christians, we're not making a claim that God wrote the Bible. We're not saying that. Now, he divinely inspired, in our opinion, clearly what should be in there or not. But again, this is not a biology book. It's not the purpose of this is not to tell you what the rabbit's diet was or not. It's just to talk about the laws for the Jews and what they're allowed to eat and not eat, and what's clean and unclean to them, right? It's not an actual saying this is how this is supposed to work or not. So through textual criticism, they look for these differences, but no contradictions. So it wouldn't be wrong for someone to think that the rabbit chews the cud and that it actually doesn't. That's not. You could say, oh well, the Bible has a flaw in it now.
Amount to a nothing to me.
Excuse me. So, like for example, when you see the Bible telling different stories from different perspectives, as somebody who's done investigations, that's what you look for. If it's perfectly perfect throughout, then you think that people got together and got their stories correct. So you look for these not errors, but differences. Now, if this story was about the rabbit and 100% saying, my goodness, what is with this guy?
I have a quick question after you.
Yeah, 1 second. So if this story was telling us about rabbit, like this chapter is not about what they're allowed to eat or not eat. It's about rabbits, and this is telling us the truth. Then you would have the leg to stand on, because it's getting it wrong, because you'd be like, this story is about the rabbit. But it's not. It's just about what they're allowed to eat and not eat. It's not about the mating habits or dietary restrictions that a rabbit has or not. And we would expect people.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up question then. So you said it's not a biology book. It's not for biological purposes.
Right.
I want to take a step back and understand what the purpose was. And the purpose of this is from a religious standpoint, okay, from a following standpoint of the Jewish community, there were certain animals that were clean and in the sight of God good for you to eat, and there were certain things that were unclean and in the sight of God not good for you to eat. And the basis for that were certain criteria that were established, such as if it has a clove foot or if it chews the cud. So it is not specifically about the hair. You're right. But it is definitely a full chapter explaining what is an abomination and what is not. Even down to how you can eat a carcass if it's already unalive. So it seems very strange that you're now telling me that this is something to do with, I don't know, literary criticism or in the sight abomination. So my question is it an abomination to eat the hair, or is it not?
I hadn't read the whole verse. What is it? Does it say it's an abomination to it? I mean, I could go back if it's.
Leviticus chapter 11 is giving the dietary laws to the Jews, to the people, and it's basically saying this isn't a choice. This is something that if you do it, it's an abomination to God, and God is specifically saying the rabbit, the hare.
So you're saying you're saying, yeah, okay. So I still don't see the problem. I don't get it. It's an observational thing that they're saying. If God says, yeah, I know. So here's the guys. Stop. I got it. I don't need any help. So when you keep saying like God's saying this, so if God tells the Hebrewites, says, hey, you can't eat anything of cloven foot or chews the cud. And then they look and they see a rabbit that appears to be chewing cud, even though it's not, because it's always chewing on something, even when it's not taking it in. And they say, hey, guess what, guys? It appears that this rabbit's chewing the cud. We can't eat it. It'll be abomination. How is that? I don't get it. What's the problem there? Even though it's not technically chewing the cud, they're saying we're not allowed to eat anything that's chewing the cud, so don't eat the rabbit. What's the problem?
Here's the problem. Now, It's describing how you would identify. Now, if it didn't mention the hair, that would be fine. But it specifically mentioned the hair. And it says, because he cheweth the cud. But that is a lie. The hair does not chew its cud, period. So if God was specifically given an example, why would he give an example of something that is just falsely untrue? The hair does not chew its cud. It doesn't say because the
Brother,
the
if
hair
that if you
appears
want to say if you want to say, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to lose my patience with you, but this is what I constantly get all the time. Somebody will look for the most obscure, silly thing that they can find that wasn't written to us, it was written for us, and they go, look, here's an error in the Bible, so therefore Jesus didn't rise from the grave, and I'm not going to believe anything else in it. I think that is outrageously silly. If God said, yeah, but well, clearly it's kind of where we're going, that here's this flaw, and I'm not going to let it go because a hair doesn't technically chew the cud, so therefore the Bible's wrong. If you're free to believe that, brother, I think it's silly when this is clearly an observational view, right?
Also, too.
No, I'm not saying it. The reason that I got to the hair is because of your explanation of the flood and the microevolution, not macroevolution of animals.
How is that wrong now because the hair doesn't chew cud?
Years ago.
How is any of that wrong because the hair doesn't chew cud?
Because we could say that, I mean, if evolution was true and the flood didn't happen 4,000 years ago, we could say, well, the hair evolved not to needing those stomachs, and I was perfectly fine with that. But your argument is that your overview is that, listen, the flood happened 4,000 years ago, so I can see what a hair looked like 4,000 years ago. I don't have to go back any further than that.
But
so I let it go in the past.
Where are you getting?
And I said, makes sense.
Okay, so I still don't want. I don't. What's the problem though? Why does this help me out? Why does because they see the hair chewing, and we don't know that this could still be reclassified as chewing, because I don't know that the Jews knew when they say chewing the cud, that could go back to what we'll do now. I'll have to do more research on that because it's the first time you brought it up to me. But I'm not so sure that the Jews knew that chewing the cud meant that they're actually bringing something back up from their stomach and chewing. It could just mean the same thing that the rabbit is doing, which is chewing. So just because we know that chewing the cud now references that means that you're bringing up something back out of your stomach does not mean that that's what it meant when Leviticus was written several thousand years ago, brother. So we shouldn't apply that same thing. But I still want to know why this means the flood wasn't real.
Okay, here's why. I didn't say that the flood isn't real. I said if the flood is real, then we have a problem. So here's the thing. It's not the Jews that need to know, because I'm not referencing per se the Jews' knowledge. I would understand that a Jew or any human at that time would not understand the biological structure of a hair, because we didn't know. But what I would expect is the creator to know. And I would expect that he would say, or she would say, that listen, even though the hair appears to chew the cud, then don't eat it. But he said, no, the hair chews its cud as if it's a ruminant animal.
Where did the creator say that? Because you keep saying that the creator said that. Where did the creator say that?
Let me read it.
Okay.
Let me read it for you. It's in Leviticus. I mean, it's what I'm quoting is what was written that the creator said. And it says, and the hair, because he cheweth the cud. This is the King James Version, by the way. But divideth not the hoof, he is unclean to you. So the reference here, the inference would be that if he was not chewing the cud, okay, then he would be clean to you.
Right.
But because he chews the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. So we have a problem.
Well, not really, man, because rabbits, one of the part of that is eating anything that you've regurgitated or is coming out of your body.
Yeah, I don't get.
What rabbits do is they eat their own fecal matter to aid in digestion.
So, and the rabbit still brings up, it still has it to chew. It don't bring it up the same as a cow, but it's still. And I'm looking on here. Some people still say that still refers to chewing the cud the way the rabbit does it. It's just not the same way that cows and them do it. So again, I don't see a problem.
Came up. I specifically chose something in biology because I wanted to get Harlow's perspective as well. Maybe I'm not a scientist. I'm just
right.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think the date of the flood's further back. You know what I mean? Just based on other stuff that we see in scripture, the age of Moses, a bunch of stuff. So, you know, it's hard to put an exact date on it, but if you look at it from a scientific standpoint, there's evidence to suggest 10,500 to 11,000 years ago.
I still don't get how that's not. I'm still lost on because the rabbit chews here that the flood.
Let me try to take 30 seconds and see if, and then I apologize. Sometimes I don't explain things well. So
Okay.
we have Dawn here, which is the hair that was around 4,000 years ago. Okay. We
Okay.
actually have a mummified bone set that was in ice. So they have a pretty good skeleton of a hair that was 4,000 years ago. And guess what? To our surprise, it is very similar to the hair today, which does not, I repeat, does not have multiple stomachs. It only has one. All animals that chew their cud have more than one stomach.
Is that
Some
based on
animals
is
have
that
four.
is that based on today's definition of cud? Because there's plenty of places in the Bible where the definitions have changed, but for us, but not in the Bible.
No, this is very clear. This is something that's very clear. Even
It's very
if
clear.
you look in
Okay.
Aramaic, in Aramaic. I mean, chewing the cud is the act of the same thing that the cows do, and that word has not changed. So the way that the Jews would understand if it's clean or abomination, they would observe the animal and look at the hoof and know if it's according to Leviticus, the dietary laws. And it's not something that's just like, one small area of the Bible. I mean, it dedicated chapters to making sure that the Jews got this right. So,
However, a rabbit still has one stomach to this day, so I'm not following you.
yes. Yeah, that's my point. So ruminants, or animals that chew their cud, have multiple. And here the inference is that the hair has multiple, because it says, because he cheweth the cud. But biologically, that's a lie. The hair does not chew its cud because it only has
Hold on.
it only has one stomach.
So let's go back to the fact that we're talking about ancient tribal people, and they're trying to make sense.
4,000 years
of their
ago.
world. What now?
4,000 years ago.
4,000 years ago would still be ancient tribal people.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're the date, because I pulled up a mummified fossil from 4,000 years ago. So nothing has changed from the actual hair. The hair only had one stomach.
I know.
John here is
Oh,
it's
my
called John
God.
here. You can look it up.
Does the Bible mention
The
Yeah, you're not
Egyptians
trying to
used to
answer.
mummify them.
I'm done trying to answer. Because you won't let me speak. So I'm going to start putting my foot down when you guys do this to me, and I'm just going to not say anything. Since you already have the answer, why don't you enlighten us?
I guess they don't want to interrupt you when you're not talking.
I guess not.
Yep.
Because one more time, I'm going to try to say this. We're talking about ancient tribal people trying to describe their world. They are not living in 2026. They probably weren't dissecting rabbits at the time because they were too busy trying to catch them and eat them because it was a food source. Now, I happen to hunt rabbits, and I can tell you they have one. They're actually really easy to clean, by the way. However, you can't, and I'm going to stick to this. I'm going to stick to this hardcore until I'm able to retire and I'm able to do my own research. And I'm like putting together some things. My son is actually building me my own like little lab. So he is a Christian, just like his daddy was a Christian. So I am going to hold to this until I know more. We're talking about ancient tribal people, and we're talking about celestial beings. Guess what? Two things don't currently exist on our planet in modern day. Ancient tribal people and celestial beings, to our knowledge, are not walking around amongst us. If they are, I would love to interview one.
What's your date? What would be your analysis on like age range for ancient culture people? Because Aborigines in Australia, you have other tribal people within South America that haven't really been, have man connection with mankind. Like, what's your date on that? For
I agree with that, but Okay. All right. So we're talking about 4,000 years ago, and you're right. We can actually talk about today. There's definitely people that are living in tribes today that live quite primitively and differently than we do. However, they are still interjected upon by modern society because we want to use these civilizations and we want to study them. Guess what? We don't have the ability to do. There's no way that you and I can go back in time and study what rabbits looked like 4,000 years ago or what people thought of those rabbits. There's no way for us to go back in time and interview Noah. There's no way.
So
And I've been on.
All right, so this is something that was brought up to me, and I haven't had time to.
It's Will. I'm sorry. I'm like, it's Will.
I haven't had time to study it, so I was taking this opportunity while Harlow come in to study it because I look up something on the fly, but it's not something that I studied into. So it would translate chewing the cud is not blah 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 blah. I can't talk. Does not just refer to what you said. To the ancient Jewish people, it would also refer to the animal that also eats its feces. The word that a rabbit does is called refraction, and I'm not even going to try to say this word. COPROPHAGY. And this refers to the rabbit, the way that it digests, and it does eat its fecal matter to help out with its digestion system. So when the Jews said that you shouldn't eat these animals because they're unclean, they didn't have a separate way of saying these two words. They could have probably just explained it out and said, hey, you don't eat any animal that eats his feces, but it packed it in with chewing the cud, brother. So there's no contradiction here. The rabbit would be.
Are saying the animal is unclean. Is that correct?
Yeah, because it eats its fecal matter in an effort to help it out with its digestive system. Would be they would translate that because according right here what I'm looking at, they didn't have a Hebrew word for these ways of describing it, so they added it with chewing the cud, makes it unclean.
Well, it makes sense.
They're not doing like anatomy class and looking at four
They're not. Thank you, Jeremy. They're not. I mean, we've got to stop. And I'm going to say this as a scientist and what little time I've spent with Will on the internet. We have got to stop approaching these civilizations as if it's 2026 for them, because it wasn't.
No, I understand. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done on
I
it.
understand that we don't understand what their lifestyles and their belief systems are, but we don't because we weren't there. They don't understand ours because they're not here. I hope that makes some small sense to people in this room.
I think, like, to your point, right? If I went back with an iPhone and showed it to them, like, I could say it's an iPhone, but that doesn't mean anything to them.
I understand.
It's the same thing with like the scriptural warning about AI. Right, robots. It said literally, it describes as a statue that man will give like life to, and it'll speak from and be best knowing all that. It's literally depicting what we're seeing today.
Yeah, so I understand his perspective, though, right? I don't want to like pile up on him. I do get what he's saying is that the Bible, if it was solely meaning that this is a 4-chambered stomach that brings up the grass and re-chews it, like I said, the definition that we know it as today, then he would be correct. That would be an issue if the Bible is divinely inspired in the Word of God, then it has this scientific error in it. But we also have to look at it, like I said, does the definitions mean what they mean then as the same as today? And no, that's not true. So we got to look at it as a definition at the time it was written. Just for example.
I agree 100%. I actually like Pharaoh. I like that we're questioning
each
other. This is not my channel, but this is like the direction I like to see conversations go in of what can we prove and what can we not prove. But we also, I'm going to add to that now for the first time, instead of just like, what can we or can we not? We also have to consider the source.
So
we're talking about ancient civilizations.
He brought up something that I hadn't heard before, which I do. This is why I do this, because I actually hadn't heard that argument before. So it adds to my knowledge. But Hebrew, let me give you another example where the Bible does this. So we have to read it, and we need to do a little research to understand that when this was written, what's the definitions. And I'll just in the King James, for example, It's when God tells Adam and Eve, he says to be fruitful, multiply, and to replenish the earth. So a lot of pre-Adamite society, people come in and they'll say, wait a minute, the Bible says replenish the earth. That's what God said. That's his words to Adam and Eve, was to replenish. Well, clearly it wasn't written in English, obviously, but if you look at the word replenish in an English dictionary in the 1700s, when the King James Version of the Bible was written, replenish meant to fill once. It only means now to refill again. The definitions for us has changed. But in the 1700s, it just meant to fill once, just to replenish. But now it means to do it again. So we have to be careful when we're reading these verses. And you brought up something that I've never heard before, and I appreciate that. But just doing a quick research that chewing the cud would also refer to these animals that also eat their own fecal matter. That would be in that same classification.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, host, for coming up. I'll just part with these departing words.
Okay.
That, you're right. Things do change, and I also am researching your research that you're doing, and I also know that places like the Bible Hub and other places where we find these contradictions in the Bible, they're very quick to update their literature and update their cultural context of things. Again, I wasn't referring to the Jews per se, because like Marlo eloquently said, they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't have the biological testing to understand that a hare only has one stomach and not four like the other ruminants of their time. But I would expect the creator to be very clear, because he's the one that, or he or she is the one that has created these animals, and also would be setting the tone for future generations. I've never had rabbit. Now, Marlo said she used to hunt them. She knows something I don't.
Yeah, I've had rabbit.
Yeah, so the reason why I never ate one, to be honest, is because my mama wasn't going to cook something that was unclean, because she was a good Christian and she don't care if it's Old Testament or New Testament. Our culture is, we are based on the Bible. So I've never had the luxury of having a hare, and now I wonder, was that just a cultural thing that I followed because it's in Leviticus and the Jews passed it on to the Christians and the Christians adhered to it, and maybe there is some value. I mean, they chew, what rabbits eat is grass and other things. I'm looking at in Google, it says they're a rich source of protein.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying,
you can get they're too much rich. You can get protein poisoning.
We can say that things have inaccuracies and it's a small thing, but what I'm saying is that these discrepancies have real impacts on human life, including what we eat today and what we not. And it would have just been nice if the creator truly understood his creation, that he would have explained it in a way that we could actually eat what is good for us and not eat what is bad for us.
I get you.
And I will leave it there. Thanks.
Hold on, brother. Wait, I got
listen,
you, man.
But I'm going to mute.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
and I will definitely visit again. Thanks, Marlo, and guests.
Yeah, man.
For having me.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for bringing up some stuff I haven't heard before. The only thing I would respond to that is if he would be clear where he was to the Jews. So when you said your mom didn't eat it because it was unclean, I appreciate that. But in the New Testament, God says, don't call unclean what I have blessed. That law was abrogated. It's clearly abrogated because God allows us to eat these things now. And he says, don't call unclean what I have blessed now. That law, we have to understand it again in context. Nobody should just read the Bible outside of context, because the best way that I've heard it is, it's true that the Bible says it, but what the Bible says about it is that it's not true, right? So the individuals go to Job and they tell Job that he's sick because he sinned. It's true that the Bible says that, but if you read a couple verses later, God shows up in a tornado and he is furious with those individuals, so much so that Job has to sacrifice for them, because Job says, or God tells Job, who are these individuals speaking knowledge without wisdom? It is knowledge that they had it. It's not, but they're not speaking wisdom, right? They didn't have the wisdom to go with the knowledge, because Job did not get sick because he had sinned. So that's when people come to and you'll still see this being taught in churches today. Oh, Samantha got sick. She must have not followed what God said. You don't get sick because you sinned You can get sick because of your sin, but you do not get sick based on the sin. God does not punish you with a sickness because of sin. You can cause yourself to get sick by smoking cigarettes and stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying, but we got to speak knowledge of wisdom. So we have to understand in the context when God put these laws out for all of these restrictions on the Jews, one, it was for the Jews. I'm not a Jew. It's not for the Christians. It's for the Jews. And God said that they were a peculiar people and he was going to set them aside than the other nations. We learn this in Acts. We don't have to do the same things the Jews did. We don't have to be circumcised. We don't have to follow the law. So it's not, it's not fair to say, well, we can't eat the rabbit now. Yeah, we can. The Bible clearly says we can, right? That law was for the Jews. And secondly, he made these laws for the Jews because of their stubbornness. They said that we don't need God. We can do it ourselves. This is the whole story of salvation from beginning to end. You start with the Jews, the group, God's chosen people who said, and they were so stubborn that they don't need God. We can do it on our own. We can live a righteous life. And God said, okay, if you can live a righteous life, then here's the laws. See if you can follow them. And the point was to show that you cannot follow all these laws. No man has ever followed the laws except for one person, and that was Jesus Christ. He was a fulfillment of the law. God was showing people that you cannot do it without him. You need him. You can't be righteous on your own. You can't follow the law on your own. We need a savior. And the Jews were a very stubborn people that said we can do it on our own. So God said, okay, if you can do it on your own, here's some laws. You may think that they're arbitrary, but here's the laws. See if you can follow them. And they couldn't follow them. So, and again, when you say, well, why can't God be plain? He was plain. But again, we can't take the languages if there is no different language to say that, hey, the rabbit, we got to write a whole nother section about the rabbit because these types of animals also eat their own poo in an effort to help with their digestive system. So, and you cope that in, or you put that in with chewing the cud to the Jews. That's what that meant at the time. Then look at it later and say, well, now chewing the cud just means a 4-chambered stomach. And the Jews butchered cows, I'm sure, before God put these laws out. I'm pretty sure that they were aware that cows had, many different stomachs, right? Because they ate all kinds of stuff. So I would imagine that even though they might not have known the process, I'm sure they knew that cows digested different than rabbits. But even if they didn't, it wouldn't matter.
There weren't a ton of cows running around in the Middle East at that time, right? Rabbits carried.
But at any rate, it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered at any rate. Even if they did know or didn't know, the chewing of the cud would refer to both of those things, although now it just refers to a very specific digestive system that only a couple of animals had. At the time, it did not refer to just that. It also referred to these unclean animals that ate their poo, like the hare, in an effort to help with their digestive system. But I am glad that you brought that up because that's something that I hadn't studied. Yeah, man. Appreciate you coming up. Yeah, have a good one.
Will, before we move on, because I was trying to tell you this privately, and I realized that you don't follow me back, so I couldn't send you a message.
I don't?
Pardon?
Let me fix that right now. I didn't even know that. There, I do now.
The guy that came up here yesterday that really scared me.
Yeah.
It was complete and utter nonsense. I had myself and I had 3 other of my TikTok friends do some research.
Yeah.
Just in case this person had blocked me.
Yeah.
What they were saying was complete and utter nonsense. I don't know why they were saying it because like they were live last night and I tried to join their live and they wouldn't let me join their live and I wasn't joining it to be ugly. I was trying to be like, so what do you know that I don't know? Because in the messages they sent me, they were like, this person blocked me, like I can't find it. I'm like, well, you would have it on your live, right? So they couldn't prove it. So he ended up and I literally had the opportunity to ask like 3 or 4 questions in the chat and I was not ugly. So he immediately blocked me. So I think, just be watchful of that person and I will send you their screen name privately because I don't want to give them any like recognition, but it was total and utter BS. I don't know why they were trying to scare me like they were. But it had no evidence that I could do.
Because I didn't want to address it while I was talking to a bunch of people, but he didn't.
It did scare me though.
He did, yeah, and that's why I didn't. I didn't have the opportunity to prove it or disprove it while I was talking to him, but I kicked him, and I kicked him because I said I didn't want to say it was not true because maybe it was true, but I was like, the fact that he wasn't willing to go take a screenshot of it right then made it very suspicious to me. And that's why I said, we're not having a conversation until you go do that. So then I kicked him. I was like, go do it. Go take the screenshot and send it to her and then come back up. So
right, and then like the message that he sent me was, "Oh, they must have blocked me," and I'm like, where I have a very distinct voice, and I had talked to this particular person, again, not going to say their name openly, several times. I'm like, you should know what I sound like, and I'm like, and like Will can account for me. I was in his live because I went to bed because I wasn't feeling the best. I was in your live at the same time he was doing his live. There's no way I was in your live.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like that can be accounted for as well. So like I'm not that TikTok famous that somebody would want to impersonate me.
Yeah, I wasn't picking up what he was putting down because he was unwilling to go, just because you said just take a screenshot of it, and he was like, well, and then I was like, go take a screenshot of it right now, and he was like, well, I want to have this conversation, and that's when I was like, no, we're not having a conversation. Go do it, and then come back, and then we'll have the conversation.
Right. So, I just wanted to confirm. I'm surprised at this, but yeah, he's actually just a butt. He's full of hot air, and nothing can be proved because I took the little bit of nonsense he gave me, and I was like, so I'm like, okay, if this person has blocked me, I talked to 3 other of my girlfriends that are on TikTok, and we researched it because I got home yesterday like at 4 o'clock. We spent a good 2 hours. Like there is nobody else. They're like. That has pictures of me or pictures of Harlow. There's none of that. Like we couldn't find it, and all 4 of us were looking, so it just didn't add up. So no, to my knowledge, I will say this, to my knowledge, nobody is impersonating me on TikTok.
Well, I gave you a follow because I didn't realize I wasn't following you, so I just did that.
I know, you little stinker. I was like, I almost like broke up with you. Like, we went to talk, broke up, and just like, but because it did kind of, I mean, listen, as a single woman, like I know I'm high anxiety. I suffer from an anxiety disorder. My life's not perfect, but it did scare me. And I'm like, why would you want to scare somebody when you don't have legitimate proof? Because if somebody came to me and told me that they were you, and I knew they weren't, I would tell you all the information I had. Like I would immediately reach out.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like absolutely. I wouldn't do that nonsense, but it was just total bananas. So if they pop up in your I hope they pop up when I'm here, and please just let me eat them first.
Oh yeah, you just let me know when they're here, and I promise you, it's hard for me to remember certain people.
Yeah, I will send you the information because I am not gonna be that person where I trash somebody publicly, but I will send you what their name is. But yeah. Because I was like, why won't you accept my request to come up so we can have this conversation? And I'm like, oh, you won't request it because you know you're not telling the truth. And they blocked me. It was literally like 3 comments and they blocked me. But I don't even know, like, what benefit would somebody have of saying someone else is like impersonating you? I've never even told that particular person we talked about what my actual degree is in. Like, they don't even know.
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of bananas. Yeah. So I'm completely safe. Nobody's in person. To my knowledge, nobody's trying to be me on TikTok.
Yeah. Curtis, we have met. You're the guy that talks about the shroud.
So
yeah.
Sorry. I'm just doing a safety check there. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I appreciate you telling me because I knew something was up with that guy too. That's why I ended up booted him.
It did scare me. Yeah, but I'm safe. I'm completely fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Curtis in the comments. You're the Shroud of Turin guy, very, very educated. Yeah, we've talked. I'm the guy that debates creation and evolution. I changed the background back here because it has nothing to do with anybody's political viewpoint.
Up here.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anybody's political viewpoint. But I get this a lot on TikTok, so I just kind of wanted to change the background, mix it up a little bit. I don't care who you voted for or who you like or don't like. It has nothing to do with that. The only reason I have that up here is because so many people keep thinking that Donald Trump's the Antichrist, and it actually doesn't fit. So that's why I have that up here. So
I think AI is going to be somewhat of the Antichrist.
Well, the Antichrist will be.
I looked into that if somebody could AI my voice, but it was quite complicated to do.
That could happen.
It would take me about 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's really easy.
Yeah. Well, the Antichrist is going to be a singular individual So I think that clearly AI and them can help when it talks about the statue standing up and making sure that everybody in the world is worshiping one person at one time. Then I believe that could be AI. But the Antichrist itself is going to be a singular individual who sets himself up to be God in the temple.
And so with the man of it says man, so it's going to be a man or someone claiming they're a man because of today's things. Would you say that the beast, because I'm not too much familiar with Revelation, the beast sets up the Antichrist, correct? Would the beast willingly know willingly set it up, or will he
Well, the false prophet, the false prophet and all that will help out the Antichrist, but the Antichrist is going to be I know that we say now we don't know if it's going to be him because we got the he, hers out there in today's society, but they didn't have that in the Bible, and the Antichrist is clearly referenced in the masculine pronoun. So, and it says he will not have the desire of women. So that's one of the reasons why. And again, this is extremely prevalent on TikTok. That's why I have it up here, that people keep saying that Donald Trump is the Antichrist. But the Antichrist doesn't have the desire of women. And so that clearly doesn't fit.
We know
Trump.
that's wrong.
Yeah.
So could that be? I know it says man.
Harlow,
but
you changed your profile picture. I like that.
I was showing you, I'm like, this is the actual Harlow. This was yesterday. I was giving you a hard time, but this is actually, this is her turning third. We ended up placing third yesterday after 8 weeks off.
Nice.
Let me show you my little mama stretched out. Now it kind of shows it. That's little. You can't really see that.
Barrel racing.
Yeah, but you can see this one where all 4 feet are off the ground. Check my little mama go. She's gone, Jack.
I'm sorry, brother. I interrupted you right in the middle of what you were saying. It was rude of me. I do apologize, but her horse got me. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
It's just gorgeous. I'm sorry.
I'm all good. So what I'm trying to figure out is, it says man of perdition, right? Man of lawlessness.
Mhm.
They will not have the desire for women, right?
Right.
And with our the whole my pronouns and all this, you're female, but you're claiming you're a man, right? Trans man or whatever. Could that be a possibility, or is it going to be a biological?
Well, I don't think it'll.
Doesn't it describe him not having either gender, but being described in a masculine form, but of being of both sexes, or there's hinted at that? I know Baal is. I know.
No, not the Antichrist. It refers to him in today's language. If it was written today, you could make that argument, but you couldn't make that argument when the Book of Daniel. You didn't have people claiming to be, the transgender in the Book of Daniel. So when it says that it's clearly referring to the male, a man, a guy.
Okay, yeah, I had my suspicions of. Obviously I'm not going to know. No one's going to know until they reveal. I used to think that we wouldn't be here, but I'm starting to think of post tribulation.
Yeah, we're going to be here for the tribulation. We're not going to be here for the wrath.
So we're going to be here. So we will know who the Antichrist is.
Yeah, we'll see him. Yeah, we're going to see him 100%.
Oh, yeah, it's either no. I have my suspicions on who it could be. Musk or
well, I'd be very cautious. It says that he will not have the desire of women, and Trump's hiding relationships with porn stars, so clearly that doesn't fit him.
And also, too, it's crazy because if you look at the Torah, the Tanakh, their Messiah is what's representation of our Antichrist, right? What they say. And you actually look at the way they depict their quote-unquote Messiah. They think that by inflicting pain and suffering and conflict in the world, you're actually going to help speed up his arrival, which we're seeing. But the only thing I'm worried about, especially being the next combat event, is we're going around this loophole around the world doing the deeds of a certain country. But if you follow their own book, it says at some point we represent. There's Moab and Gogog, right? One represents
I get
Rome.
why.
At
so
some point we become the enemy.
I'm not pro. I mean, look, I'm an American, so I'm an American before anything else. But and I don't want to go take us down to an anti-Israel or a pro-Israel side. I'm not doing that either. But I don't get why are we only doing the bidding of Israel? I don't get that. Like,
Samson option.
it's clearly
Have you ever heard of the Samson option?
right, but it's clearly in our interest too. I don't get that. Now you can say I disagree with it, and that's fine. I'm not here to be. We should be doing this over there or that over there. I'm not saying that, but I don't get the argument that we're doing it for Israel. That's what I don't get. I don't get that because I think America's acting in America's interest, and just because it happens to align with Israel, then Israel's that's good for Israel. But I don't see why this is we're doing something for Israel. I don't get that argument.
Yeah, no. Have you heard of the Samson option?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's that's a slippery slope, but yeah, 100%. That one, it's over Hannibal elective, yeah.
Now, see, I get the
last resort type thing.
Yeah, the only hypocrisy here, right, from a little bit, if you think from an ethical standpoint, and listen, I always say I separate the Jewish faith from the state of Israel from the tyrannical dictatorship of Bibi Netanyahu. I think you should be able to criticize a person in power without it representing a country or religion of people.
Yeah.
Right? We always like to say that first, but the audacity.
So how is he a tyrannical? How is he tyrannical though? Yeah, you called him a tyrannical dictatorship. Of how are we getting that?
Well, I mean, how far down the path do you want to go? I mean, like he was about to get. I mean, did you not see the congressional in Israel in Congress in their form of Congress? They have credible information to accuse him of pre-known knowledge of the events that happened in October. That's always been very well understood. And God, you're either one of the smartest.
But I want to make sure that we stay with what I understand, that people are making that claim and having knowledge of you think something is going to happen, right, is not the same as you saying this is going to happen and we absolutely know about it. We saw that the United States had foreknowledge of the terrorists in 9/11. I don't believe that the United States just allowed it to happen, thinking something's going to happen. I'm sure that we get a lot of intel from a lot of these different countries that something's going to happen all the time and nothing comes out of it. But the one time it does, we look at it, go, we had foreknowledge, we must have let it happen. So I'm not saying that there was no warning signs of the Israeli or the attack from Gaza to the Israeli on October 7th. I am saying I need some evidence that they let it happen to their own people. I don't think people even know what happened because most of the media hid what the actual atrocities was that the Gazans videotaped themselves doing. I don't think people actually know. If they actually knew what was going on and what happened in that event where they were taking babies and throwing them inside of ovens and brutally raping women and trying to cut their heads off with garden hoses. And, it showed the women that they were stacking in the trucks, that they didn't have enough room. So before they executed them in the street, what it showed was that their dresses around their anal region was just covered in blood. And the leaflets that they dropped from the Palestinians stated that, it was giving them, you had different teams. You had unaliving teams and you had the R-word teams that just went around and brutally took women and did that. So to say that right. I said, right. But I said all that to say this, for me to believe that any government or any government official, quote unquote, not only knew that was going to happen, but let it happen, I'm going to need some evidence of.
Okay, but he's his own Congress.
I get it. There's going to be people that's running against him, but the vast majority of the Jews don't believe that because it'd be just like saying the Democrats going to say that Trump knew something, obviously, because it's in their political interest to say that. So I understand the individuals against him are going to say that.
My question is, how many hours did it take for them to respond? You're talking about people on hang gliders coming across the border, the most secure, advanced, first warning detection systems in the world.
Right.
They put pagers on people, right? We're talking about the most advanced intelligence in the world. It took them 6 hours. I was in the military. You could fly a Black Hawk from North Israel to South Israel in less than 40 minutes.
Was it
And you're
during
talking 6 hours? And there's Israeli IDF soldiers that went in front of their Congress and gave testimony that they were issued stand-down orders. Right? And you got to remember, there was 1.2 million Israelis that were protesting against Bibi Netanyahu's corruption scandal. And the only way to push off that possible thing, which Israel has an amazing track record of going after corrupt politicians. I love that about them. And they were going to go after him. And the only way to do that, same thing with Zelensky. When you're in a state of war, you postpone that stuff.
Right, and things happen where in the fog of war. I was in the military too. I was part of the initial invasion in Iraq also. So I've done that. I've done that too. Yeah, I appreciate your service also. But my point is that in the fog of war, there's a bunch of people think that it's just we can do this, this, and this. But if confusion sets in, Obama told the individuals to stand down when you had Benghazi. So, there was a lot of people, the Republicans are jumping on that, saying that he knew it. I just don't believe, I would have to believe that the president deliberately allowed Americans to be unalived on purpose, knowing it just for his reelection campaign. So I hold the same standard when I hear about the Israelis knowing that their own citizens were going to be attacked and that they deliberately slow-rolled it in an effort to do what? They're not taking the land. They're not going to keep the land. It's going to go back to the Gazans. So what are they doing? I mean, I don't.
Go back to biblical scripture, right? Based on the coming of their Messiah and the building of the third temple, one of the requirements, the Euphrates River dries up, and the original boundaries and borders of Judea, the kingdom of Judea, need to be consolated and pulled back. And then two, it says that the world will turn on the Jewish states, right? And if there was any a better way to push that than what they did openly with Gaza, and
I think what about people pushing it? What about people pushing it when they don't really have a whole lot of evidence to say that it happened? Would that also make people run away from the Jewish? I mean, we're making, not you personally, but there's claims that I hear all the time. We're doing this for the Jews. Wait, what? They knew about this and let it happen. I'm like, I'm just gonna need some evidence, man.
And you can't, and that's the thing that I think is dangerous, right? Sorry, go ahead, bud.
I just said that the reason I think we're doing this, yes, for America, but also the Samson option. It's a really, if we stop supporting Israel, it will be catastrophic. It'd be bad.
It'd be bad for all those other nations. What are you talking about?
But it would also be bad for everyone.
We support Israel because it gives us a foot in that region, right? Exactly. It's right in the middle of the Middle East. It's very strategic for the United States. But if we pulled out tomorrow and said we're not going to support Israel no more, and we completely left, you don't think Israel is able to defend itself? They're literally like one of the most advanced militaries in the world. And yeah, they have a lot of our technologies and stuff too, but also they've advanced themselves to where now we're starting to get some of their technologies.
We test their stuff on their own soil, right? They're testing all of our latest stuff.
Yeah.
And
So
the reason why they have the Samson option, to Spectrum's point, is they need a deterrent to all those countries, which we've watched the surrounding countries, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, turn on them. 7-Day War, the Yom Kippur War. So it's like, go ahead and F around and find out, because I'll press this button, we're all going down. Right? That's why they have it. That's the deterrent.
That would cause a mass war.
well, my point is that even if we left tomorrow, I don't think any of these other nations, that we've seen it in the past where they've got together and tried to wipe out Israel, and Israel wipes them out in days. I mean, it's not even close. Now, it's not because of America that did that. It's literally because Israel did it. Israel has one of the most advanced fighting systems, and some of the best special forces ever are from Israel. Now, you could say I don't like them, and I think this, that, and the third, or whatever, but I just don't. Here's what I require. When I usually get a lot of people up here that talk all these different things about Israel, and I'm just like, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see that Israel's running everything in the world. They have zero bearing in my life. I like to talk about end times, obviously, so we can talk about eschatology and where they fit in. But as far as like this cabal of this just Jewish individuals that are running the world, I'm just like, I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
And just because some people that are evil happen to be Jewish, that's the problem, right? When you have evil people that are Christian, whatever, like you don't get that broad paintbrush. And the one unfortunate thing in the Jewish community that I see with my friends like I volunteer for Shabbat Angels here in Los Angeles, right? I have to walk women and children to and from temples strapped in America. Right?
Yeah.
That's what we deal with.
And everybody,
Someone
people,
does it and they happen to be Jewish, like Karl Marx. Cool, dude. He was an atheist, but he was of Jewish descent. But no, we're going to bring that up as a talking point.
yeah. And again, I didn't want to go down this path here, but I mean, the people keep comparing the Gazans to the Jews. It's not, you can't, they're not the same. They're clearly not the same. You can be any religion and live in Israel. They do. You can be Arab, Muslim, and live in Israel. They do. You can be a Christian and live in Israel. They do. You can be a Jew and live in Israel. They do. You cannot be any of those things other than Muslim and live in Gaza. You can't be. You can't be a Jew and live in Gaza. You can't be a Christian and live in Gaza. You can't be any of these other religions and live there. They will unalive you. They're not the same. And, you know, when you can look at this, I mean, this is not like talking points. You can do the documentaries on the Jewish individuals, on the Palestinian and their schools. Like we have Christmas parades or studies here in the United States, right? We play and we have Christmas plays where you have the nativity scene or anything like that. If you're doing it in school, then they'll have Shakespeare or anything like that. In Gaza, what they did is they teach their children in the youngest of ages to do house raids into unalive Jews. You can look it up. That's what they teach their children in their schools. And it is the only way that you can get into heaven. The only way that you're sure to get into heaven, right? Like, you know, beyond a doubt that you're going to heaven is to be martyred. So you're teaching people.
Yeah, and then they pay your family for it.
Yeah, and you're teaching the people. So they keep saying that, oh, these Gazans are in an open air camp. Well, they elected Hamas, and Hamas is a terrorist organization who dug up all of the water pipes to make missiles out of them. And then they never talk about none of these other Arab nations will take in the Gazans because of the violence. They won't take them in. So nobody ever talks about Egypt and how Egypt shares a border with Gaza too. Look it up. But Egypt will not open their border and allow in the Gazans because the Gazans are so violent. But if the Israelis do something to it, but in reaction, then 2 days into it, it's the Israelis' fault, and they're murdering a bunch of civilians and all this. And we listen to the Gazans. The Gazans will put out the death numbers of little children, and for some reason we take their numbers as fact. I just don't see all of this Jew hatred that's going on right now. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. It's just like I'm a Christian. I'm not a Jew. I'm not pro-Jewish. I'm pro-Christian. But I still just don't get why everybody hates this groups of individuals and pretend like they have all this outsized power that they don't have. I just don't get it.
And then support countries that in their own charter calls for not just the death of that country, but our own.
Yeah.
Right? That's what blows my mind.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, when people make reference that what we're doing in Iran right now is for Israel, I'm like, no, we're not. Israel benefits from it, yes, but so do we. So do we.
Massively. With China right now, our biggest threat.
Mm-hmm. I agree, but I know one thing: if we start seeing like every single one of them start getting saved almost immediately, we better get ready.
Every single who?
Get ready, Jesus is coming.
Well, there's the Jews are the ones that's fooled by the Antichrist. So there's going to be 144,000 of them that don't give their life over until at the very end, right? Until after they see the rapture.
Right.
So
It's the fake Christianity. The one religion that the AC, the Antichrist, will use, or there's like a religion that it's like
it's Islam. If you look at
I thought it was
Islamic texts in scripture, the way that they describe themselves, a lot of their texts, it's like that's literally almost like literally will be, and it talks about the beast and the colors that represent that. And most of the countries in that surrounding area are all that red, green, and black, which is you talked about in scripture.
True. Yeah, I thought it was going to be Chrislam, like a version of woke Christianity and Islam, like a merge together, like a piece together.
That's what Islam did, right? It merged paganism, Mecca, the meteorite that they worship, with Christianity and perverted it and twisting it and justifying wives and, you know, the unalivings that we see. Within his first 10 years, Muhammad started 42 wars.
Oh wow, yeah, that's definitely that's great. That's wild. That is so wild. Yeah, I think that now not to get too conspiracy, but have you guys heard of the Illuminati playing cards of 1995?
I haven't.
Okay. Well, it was, these were made in 1995. Okay. I knew about them in like 2005, 2006. Okay. Like I've always like learned about things, right? And it predicted 9/11. It's mass epidemic or pandemic. Okay. And then at the end of it, or towards the end of it, it says "unalive for peace." You know, but there's got to be a difference between where in Matthew or Mark, it's either Matthew 5:9, I think it's Matthew 5:9. Let's start like the peacemakers, that peace versus unaliving for peace. It's like peacemakers and peace, right? Like there's two types of peace. There's peace in Christ, and then there's like peace in man. You know.
Yeah, but also remember, like Jesus wasn't exactly a pushover, right? Like people don't understand when he said "turn thy cheek." That is a way of showing defiance, because when you were a slave and your master hit you by showing the other cheek, it means go ahead and do it again, right? That didn't bother me, right? So like especially in the Islamic faith, you know, some of the stuff we're gonna start seeing. I mean, again, Will said earlier, right? Like you don't have a choice. Like your three options are the sword. If you don't convert, you convert, or you pay a jizya, which is a protection tax. And what most people don't realize is, and we heard a couple of people on the panel today bring up the Crusades as a way to criticize Christianity and quote unquote atrocities that they claim us to have started. What they don't realize, the Crusades were in response to an Islamic caliphate where they took over almost all of Southern Europe, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. That's why people in the southern regions are dark-skinned. They enslaved all the men, sold off between 3 and 4 million Europeans into the Barbary slave trade, 1,000 years before the Atlantic slave trade. And they held that region under Islamic rule and prejudice for 600 years. And then finally, they wanted to invade Jerusalem. The Pope was like, we can't let that happen. He told England and France to stop fighting, made Spain and Portugal stop fighting. But then we created the Crusades, and we went and took that, you know what? And then we get ridiculed for what? Taking back land and the enslavement of Christians in that world. Because the reason why, and we'll talk about this earlier, the reason why Islam spread so fast in Africa is if you were a little goat herder and you're like, wait, if I just convert to this religion that also believes in Jesus, they won't kill me. That's why we saw a massive conversion of Islam and spread like wildfire.
So to that card game I was talking about, okay, so I pulled it up. So the first card, okay, and these were in 1995. It says rewriting history. The next one is the World Trade Center, right? And it says, I don't know if I can say this word, terrorist nuke. Pentagon, all up in flames. Then it's population reduction, Center for Disease Control, epidemic, combined disasters. The second to last one is unalive for peace. That's the goal. And then it says tape runs out. And in the picture where it says unalive for peace, the goal, right? It has like what you would call a hippie with the peace sign and a police officer getting decapitated.
So, Spec, let me ask you a question, right? Just think rationally and separate yourself from this. The Illuminati is a very well secretive organization. There's not a lot of like information or public stuff out there. Do you think that they would just make a deck of playing cards, right, and throw that stuff out there?
Not a member, but maybe a member that regrets being a member.
Well, we got to look at it.
That's a possibility.
We got to look at like we look at it in 2026, and we go, wow, they predicted 9/11. But the World Trade Center was first bombed in 1993. We knew that this was a target for Islam. We knew that this was a target. They were clearly trying to take it out. It was first bombed in 1993. So the fact that they made a playing card in 1995 that said nuclear, bomb, and they didn't really predict it if they were already trying to do it, right? It's just most people could see the writing on the wall then too, because they had already tried to bomb it one time.
Yeah, and the Twin Towers, to your point, right? They represent basically the Western capitalism, always have.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so that they were a target on Islam. So I wouldn't say that the playing cards is interesting, but they didn't really predict anything.
I thought they were interesting. I wouldn't say like a full on prediction. I didn't know about the 93 attack, but like if you were to look at them up and then look at the visuals, it kind of like makes a lot more sense than me just saying it.
Right. Okay.
Because like it's like almost down to the spot. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I know that. So I used to think that like black magic was real and all that, and then I read Exodus and how Moses or God turned Moses' staff into a big snake, but the Pharaoh's people, his whatever they are, a right-hand men or a scientist or whatever they are, threw their staffs down and turned it into two snakes, and that snake devoured. God snake devoured both of the little ones, which showed that there is a dark force that, like evil, it's real, and people shouldn't play around with like Ouija boards or anything like that. It's bad.
Yeah, a lot of people don't study that. That's true. That the Old Testament before the New Covenant come, there was clearly a difference. And you're right, because Moses set down his staff and turned into a snake, but Pharaoh's magicians were able to do the same thing. You got the necromancer story to where she was able to bring up, was it Elijah, I think, to ask him about how the battle was going to go, and he was unalived, and she was able to bring him back up. Now, clearly, he wasn't in heaven; he was in Abraham's bosom, so that's different. But under the Old Covenant, there was more. I guess the best word would be magic for it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would have to call it that.
Do you think were they called the Majik, like one of the three kings that brought a gift? Remember back, weren't they called the three wise men? Barely mentioned. What's that? The three wise men. Yeah, one of them was like called a Majik or something like that. They're barely mentioned in the Bible, but I think they were. Man, I had a lesson on this at church.
I know the one. It's a tribal group that was involved in mysticism and the occult and Kabbalah and stuff.
Yeah,
and then one was from Egypt, and then there was a lot of
and like they had like stolen gold, which was from the temple or something, and they thought that's one of the reasons why they so much time later they came back, and actually there's a belief that maybe they brought his gold back to him because they already knew about the prophecy. This was like 100 years before.
Did you guys see the prophecy in China that had no contact with any part of the world, and they had a prophecy about this lamb coming to like help humanity, and they prophesized about it in China that weren't even Christian yet. And then the coolest thing is NASA just rewound the celestial clocks, because in Scripture it says when Jesus hung on the cross, there was like a blood moon and like the sky went dark. They literally rewound it, and based on that exact area where he probably hanging on that cross, that almost within that 24-hour period, there was a lunar event that happened on that exact day. Which when you start peeling back the onions, man, like my father's a minister, lost both my parents to cancer as a kid, tried my best to disprove it and attack it, and then came back to it once I realized there was way too many truths.
Is it true that God used, during the Exodus and Pharaoh, all of like Pharaoh's and the Egyptian gods, like, god of nature, frogs or insects, God used the wonders that he performed, that he made a plague of it, of each of the gods.
And we found evidence of that. We found sulfur balls literally fully intact, fully burned near Sodom and Gomorrah, or where that city would have been. Literally sulfur balls that are in the dirt there, which is another wild thing.
That's wild. Yeah.
And then it talks about where Jesus ascends. It talks about there being like it'll crack the rock and foundation and it'll go through this one gate. And like they just recently found out there's a massive fault line that literally runs right up the middle of the thing.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just cool in science and scripture line like that,
Yeah, it does. Right now, I'm learning about biologos, and it's the book "The Language of God" by Francis S. Collins. I'm almost done. I got a couple more pages, and I'm completely done. But he found so far he's found this perfect harmonization of science and faith.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that you see scientists come back to it. They go, this is too, there's way too much design, even from the smallest level of life, for this just to be random. Right? They're like, it's wild.
Hi.
Even sea turtles.
How are you tonight? Shit, if this could be random, Jesus Christ. How are we?
How are you?
1 to 5, I say a -7.
All right.
All right. Sounds like you're going through some stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going through some drunk stuff.
But dude, like turtles, right? Turtles and tortoises, they all have the exact same number in their internal part. They all have 28, and on the outside, they all have 13. We're supposed to have 13 months and 28 days per each month. There's just way too many weird things that line up like that. It's all by design.
With speaking of, one thing I would like to, because I'm learning about this. Is it Will? Right, Will, and is it Dan? Will, Dan, Jeremy. Okay, and the other person, Super. One thing I'm learning is that, and I'm trying to understand this, is that here it says that a theist evolution. There's 6 premises, and I'm just gonna summarize them. The universe came into being out of nothingness approximately 14 billion years ago. These are just some of the variations of theistic evolution. Not all of them pertain to an individual. Some cherry pick. Despite massive improbabilities, the properties of the universe appear to have been precisely tuned for life. While the precise mechanism of the origin of life on Earth remains unknown, once life arose, the process of evolution and natural selection permitted the development of biological diversity, complexity over very long periods of time. Once evolution got underway, no special supernatural intervention was required. Humans are part of this process, sharing a common ancestor with the great apes. That's I don't know about that one. But humans are also unique in ways that defy evolutionary explanation and point out to our spiritual nature. This includes the existence of the moral law, the knowledge of right and wrong, and the search for God that characterizes all human cultures throughout history. If one of the premises of those 6 premises, you have somewhat a view of a theistic evolution instead of macro evolution or Darwinism.
I think Will made a great point earlier. I'm just going to remind you of it, especially because you're saying you're rereading scripture, and Will made a point of a lot of it when you read scripture. If you stop thinking analytically and you read it with your heart and what's the lesson here and what's the message, instead of let me try to nitpick or psychologically understand that, you're going to have a much better experience and get a lot more knowledge from the book than when you come from an analytical point of view.
Yeah. I also believe that. I absolutely think that not everything in the Bible needs to be analyzed. That's where faith comes in.
Well, the problem is the Bible hasn't been right ever. It's been rewritten hundreds of times over. It's proven.
I got you.
I mean, it's a good book if you want to be a good person.
Exploring. Where do you get that? That is. Hold on. Now you're good. You're good. You made some claims there. I want to get down into it. So where do you get that the Bible's been rewritten?
Google it. I mean, it's
I have Googled it, and we have the manuscripts. We have tens of thousands of manuscripts. So all due respect, I don't think you know what you're talking about. I 100%
have read the Bible.
You made a claim. Stop. You made a claim. Now I would like.
You're gonna because maybe this is your chat or whatever.
I'll let you talk, brother. Here's what I require. Here's what I require. Okay, for us to have a conversation. If you make a claim, I would like for you to support that claim. So you said the Bible's been changed.
How many times?
You see how I can't get it out. you're responding to something that I haven't even said yet.
Talking about Alexa.
So listen, don't let me. If you want to mute up, that's fine. But I don't like to mute people or kick people. I like people that have discussions with. I want you to disagree with me. It helps sharpen my skill set. So when you tell me to go look it up, I'm going to go to the manuscript tradition and show you.
Well, let's talk about the Bible then.
I want it.
So God,
Stop. For the love of everything holy. We're not going anywhere until you support your claim, guy. You made a claim. The Bible's been changed hundreds of times. Now either retract that or support it.
I retract it.
Thank you. Now, what would you like to say?
God made the universe in 6 days, but he can't kill cancer
Why?
in children.
Why can he not?
He doesn't. Kids die every day from cancer. So if I were God, I would not allow cancer to exist.
Well, then you must.
Exploring. Can I say something on
Hold,
that?
hold on one second. I want to make sure. I got you. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I've got a family member that survived cancer too, my wife. And if I trip down the steps, I don't blame God for it. I probably just tripped. But so is it? I'm trying to get your logic. So God created the universe. So therefore, because he created the universe, you say he's not able to, or he doesn't.
Well, if you were God, would you allow cancer to exist? That's the question.
The question is not, could I do it better than God? I'm sure you, in your infinite wisdom, think you could. I know you couldn't, but I'm sure you're
an asshole.
I'm sure.
You know, you can kick me right now because you're just an ass.
I know. I come up here and make claims, and then I don't support them. That's how much of an A I am. So, is your contention that? Yeah, thank you, man. She made it through by the grace of God. Thank you. She made it through. I appreciate it. But your argument that kids have cancer, so therefore God doesn't exist. Do you have anything more educated than that? Well, I didn't kick you. You left. Yeah.
And to your point, right? I was like, why? And I realized I had hope, not faith. Hope will turn on you, right? Faith is going, I don't know why they did, but I have faith it's for something bigger. And then my aunt and uncle adopted me, and all 13 of my nieces and nephews who are alive now because of that event wouldn't be here if my parents were still alive. I wouldn't trade a single one of them for them.
Yeah. So we live in a fallen world, guys. And because there's a fallen world, and because everything tends towards chaos and decay, cancer happens. It's not a great thing. And we're going to face trials and tribulation while we're on this earth. I don't expect God to come down and say, now I pray. Of course I pray. And I ask him to intervene. But sometimes I don't get the answer I want. So just because, these things happen doesn't mean there's not a God. And it's very arrogant and uneducated to say that because childhood cancer exists, therefore there's not a God. Well, if God started taking all of these things out, then there would not be no such thing as free will. So.
Good for you for stepping back in your faith going through that,
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for him because, my wife had about 4 or 5 rounds herself, and we finally got the clear. And, but yeah, same thing, just prayed, we're all going to run into something.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I'm trying to look for the positive too, so it's a part of maybe it's a part of his plan, and it's her opportunity to have a story and help someone else through it, so.
Well, you can tell when people are thoroughly uneducated in an argument because they come up and make an argument that they've never researched themselves. The Bible's been changed hundreds of times, and no, it literally hasn't. That is just a talking point that atheists like to use that does not research it. The Bible's not been changed hundreds of times. If people just look it up a little, he told me to look it up. Just look it up a little bit. You'll see that it's not.
And what did the Bible tell us over 2,000 years ago that we should do while we're praying? Fast. It prevents disease and helps the body. Now we're finding all the benefits from it today. And that was something recommended in scripture how long ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, what branch did you serve? You okay with saying that? I know you're not cool with your job.
I served in the Canadian Special Forces. I was with CSOR.
Army infantry for me.
Oh, nice. I was in the Corps. I was in the Corps too. I did four trips over, but
listen, you boys, all the American troops, the guys that weren't SF, that were boots on the ground, daytime operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, you guys are some of the most tough cowboy mother effers I've ever met or come across. That's daytime stuff like that, man. You guys are cowboys, and I love it. Okay, there's nothing an 18, 19-year-old kid over there doing that, man. God bless you guys.
I appreciate everybody's service for sure. Thank you so much. That's neat.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I have like this weird question that's been circling in my head since you brought up that guy brought up cancer. And we have free will and our choices. God sees the results of what we do. I don't know if we're double predestination. I'm not sure. I think we roll the dice and God knows the outcome or something like that. But wouldn't cancer, since it's a mutation, be like in a way prove intelligence? Like it's a mutation, like it's inside of a cell or something. Like
it takes a cell that already exists and it starts to mutate outside of its code. So it's one of the things that show that evolution, as far as macroevolution, is not true, because like it's a mutation. It's not a beneficial mutation. Clearly, it's a mutation that more than likely will unalive you if it keeps going on at its rate. That has to be corrected. As far as your predestination thing, I don't believe in. I think God knows clearly, because He knows the beginning from the end. But just because He knows the choice is not still not the same as making the choice. Just because He knows that you'll end up in heaven because you'll make the right choice is not the same as Him saying that you're going to go to heaven. It's not the same as predestination. Everybody has the choice and ability to make it, even though He knows the choice you're going to make ahead of time. Doesn't mean that you're predestined for that.
Like Pharaoh hardened his heart 7 times and kept doing it, and God warned him with Moses and Aaron over and over and over, and he just
now there is a place that you can go to where God will wash His hands of you. The Bible talks about that, just like you said, He hardened Pharaoh's heart. There is a time, and it says that even in the end times, He'll harden people's hearts. There's going to be a time to where He says, and He does this with individuals. If you keep in your sin and you're not repenting and you're just like, I'm just going to do my own thing, then God says, okay, do it on your own, have at it. And then He'll harden your heart. And you see that a lot with a lot of people that come up here, like the guy that just come up that cussed me out and was trying to get me to kick him. You could tell that this guy was mad when he first come in, and all I did was stop him, pause him for a second, to try to get him to support the claim that he had made. And for some reason that made him mad beyond reproach, to where he felt like I needed to be called an a-hole, all because I said is, hey, you made this claim, you need to support that. Well, you're an a-hole. So people like that, you can see that a lot of the times, even though we try to reach them, God's probably given them up to their own reproach and just said, have at it.
I got a question about that. I also think a little grace to them too, right? Because that guy we don't know him. He could have came in. He could have lost a kid to cancer, right? So it's like he might be like he needs God more than anyone, and he's just like angry and whatever. But that's his own battle. To your point.
Yeah, that's true. I just try
to remind myself sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
When you show up guns blazing, pew blazing, like you expect to get it back.
I'm curious what your guys' take is on this. I hear a lot of people. I'm still learning and working on it, like all of us always, right? But how, like you said, that they talk about when Jesus died on the cross and the veil was split. And do you think that when we pray that we're already forgiven, and some would say that when you go to try to, we sin every day, right? Everyone sins, and you go to ask for forgiveness and repent. Is it since He had already died, and is that like spitting in His face, or do you think that because that was we were already forgiven, or do you think that we still need to repent?
I think we still. I mean, when you say need to, that's difficult. I wouldn't say you quote unquote need to, but I think if you're saved, you will. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So one of the things,
need are 2 different things.
Yeah, one of the things that people ask, how do you know if you're actually saved or not? Well, we say, well, the Holy Spirit lives in us. Well, okay, what does that mean? How do you know the Holy Spirit's living in you? The best way I've heard it described, in the way that I think I would lean towards, is, does your sin convict you? Do you feel bad about your sin? If you sin and you feel bad about your sin, that's the Holy Spirit inside you convicting you, saying you shouldn't be sinning, And then because of that conviction, you want to say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. If you don't feel that conviction about your sin, then you're probably not saved. So the Holy Spirit that lives inside me makes me want to repent. I'm still going to heaven. That end of story. I'm still going to heaven because I can't lose my salvation. I'm going to heaven, but the Holy Spirit in me still wants me because of the sacrifice that he made. I'm convicted by it, and I want to say, forgive me, Father, forgive me.
That shows you have honor. And then too, it's like if you have a friend and they keep betraying you, you keep apologizing. It's actions, right? Like you don't get to do that. We see that with a lot of people that do some pretty gnarly stuff and want to become born again, but you can see right through it. They use that guise and that veil.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I was talking to another friend about it. He's like, well, how do you know what you need to ask for? And I'm like, if you've ever questioned yourself on something right beforehand, that should be a sign, if something doesn't feel right, I'm like, so.
Yeah, I was getting ready to go to Sweet Baby Ray, but he left. But yeah. So yeah, I would say you don't have to, as far as have to, but I think you need to. If you're truly saved, then you need to show God that you're sorry for your sin. And if you didn't, then I would say that you're probably not saved.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not like a free PBA card, you know what I mean? Him hanging on the cross isn't like a get out of jail free card every time you go around, you know what I mean? Doing nefarious stuff. Like, no, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what a lot of people that, I'm a once saved, always saved guy. I don't think you can lose your salvation. But again, then a lot of people will come up to debate, well, that's just to get out of jail free card to go do whatever you want in sin. I'm like, not if you're truly saved, it's not, because you realize that, what you're doing. If you
talk about internal security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you could lose it. I think if you could lose your salvation, you would lose it every single day. And you didn't earn it. So what makes you think you can lose it? Like I didn't do anything to get it. Right.
You can reject it. Yes.
Yeah, you can reject it. But once you actually believe in your heart, then obviously that's obviously not rejecting it. So I don't think you could lose it, or if you could lose it, you'd lose it every single day because you didn't earn it, and your good works are filthy rags at his feet. So you can't do anything. You didn't do anything to get it. Why should you do something to lose it?
Question: In the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve, right? So we have the tree of the good and evil, if knowledge of the good and evil, right?
Yeah.
It didn't say like a tree; it says the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Well, the tree itself was not cursed, correct? Nor was the other tree. It wasn't that God cursed the tree. It was a test for Adam and Eve to see if they would obey and be in obedience. Yeah. Instead, because he could see all, he knew they would be disobedient. But he did not curse the tree, right? It was more of a, you broke.
I've heard arguments that the tree had a special chemical substance in it that opened up people's brain. I'm like, what? Nah, the tree was probably just a normal tree. And the only thing about it is God said, don't eat from this tree. And it wasn't the eating of the fruit that opened their eyes. It was the disobedience in God. That's what the sin was. As soon as they sinned, then they got the knowledge of good and evil because they sinned, not that there was a special fruit.
And also too, I don't think people really remember. It's like, from what I remember reading it, is that God never warned Eve about it. He told Adam never eat from this tree. And then Eve brings the apple, and he knew better, and then he ate it anyway.
Well, we know that God warned her because the Satan through the snake tells her, hath God said. So he knew right then and there that implies that God clearly told her not to do it.
Did it say, but I'm just wondering, I'm just being technical, but does it say in scripture, he warned both of them, or is it just Adam?
No.
Because you're right. The snake definitely had that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it actually records saying it to her. It may. I don't know. But
I'm sure Adam told her.
Yeah, we knew that she knew because the snake even told her, said, hath God said? Hath God said? So we knew she knew.
She was reluctant at first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because if someone says that the tree is cursed, right, and this biological chemistry thing is on that tree, well, the Garden of Eden's still around, right? And yes, it's being guarded, but I mean, theoretically, if someone got a taste or somehow got the tree of life, they would have eternal. They would be immortal in that sense. If the tree is cursed, then immortality is somewhere around here.
Well, I wouldn't say that the tree's still around either. The Garden of Eden was utterly destroyed in the flood. The whole world was. So I don't know that it was still around. Say it again.
I thought it was protected by a cherub. So
it was in the pre-flood world, but after the flood world, obviously the Bible says that the entirety of the world was destroyed. So that would include the garden.
Oh wow! Okay,
Yeah.
I never caught that. I've always thought that it was like the Garden of Eden became like within like a realm. You know, like,
Maybe, but the Bible doesn't say that for sure. Retz, I don't know how to say your name. R-E-T-Z.
This is gonna be a good one.
Retz.
Been discussing with him or her this whole time.
I can hear your background, so clearly you're there. Can you hear me? Yeah. I guess they decided not to talk because they just muted up. So, Retz going once. Retz going twice. All right, let's get you out of here.
Sounded like maybe he was driving or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go down and read the comments, you can already see where that was going to go.
I hadn't read it. What was it?
It's going. That's why I brought it up in the first place, because he was saying that, and he was saying that free will. God created sin, God created death, and I was like, no, I don't think so. I think that's a byproduct of sin. Death is a byproduct of sin.
Well, the Bible says in one spot that it talked about he created good, he created evil, created this and that. So what that is referring to is it is referring to free will. You can't do one without the other, right? You can't have up without down. You can't have left without right. And you couldn't have free will without evil. Not as a possibility anyway.
And you'll never understand the depths of love, trust, loyalty, any of that stuff without death, pain, suffering.
Yeah. So when I hear, in the Bible, when it says God created evil, and then people's like, well, what does that mean? Well, that's clearly what that's referring to. It doesn't say that God is evil, but it is a binary. As soon as you create one, you have to have the other. It's like time, space, and matter, right? You cannot create one without the other. You have to have all three.
Of good.
Say it again.
Isn't it like abbreviation? Like darkness is the absence of light. Evil is the absence of good. So like.
Well, no, but
created just.
There is an objective evil, right? Doing something is, doing something bad to someone is not the absence of you not doing good to them. It is legitimately you're doing something very bad to them, right?
Yeah.
And that is a consequence of free will. It's not that, like, again, when it says that God created good and created evil, that's what it's referring to. Because we have, if God said, okay, I'm going to give you the free will to choose me, but you can't do any of these other things, then clearly that's not free will, right? We have the ability to do anything logically possible that we can do. And because of that choice, then truly a tremendous things exist, or horrendous things exist, excuse me. Because
that's like in
we
the
have
Jewish
free will.
faith, they don't think that there's a difference between God and that they're one and the same, right?
Right.
In their faith, they're literally one and the same.
Yeah, I don't think they believe in I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, so they don't believe in hell, they don't believe in Satan, but they think God, the pain and suffering, all that stuff that we attribute to whatever, it's when he's in that frame of mind or he's like wrathful or vengeful, which they're the Old Testament, right? I always laugh and go, God was a typical man, vengeful, piss and vinegar. In the Old Testament, then he has a kid and gets soft. You know what I mean?
Rats, you're back in the comments, man. If you're trying to come up here, then I was trying to hear you out, but you wasn't talking. So I see you're back in the comments talking. So you're free to come up if you wanted to have a conversation, because when you were up here, I could hear your background noise, your car or something, but you weren't talking. So I don't know about the rest, but evolution is true. Again, my panel is open, so microevolution is true. Outside of microevolution, macroevolution is not true. There's like zero evidence for it. And my panel's open.
But I'm actually gonna head out. I gotta get some things done. I followed all three of you guys. You guys have a good one, and God bless.
Yeah, man. You too. God bless.
Hey, you have a good one too.
I'm going to give this a couple more minutes myself. If people come in, we'll have a conversation with them. But if not, I'm going to call it here before too long.
I'm gonna pop up, but dude, it's really refreshing coming on your panel. You have a great way of running it. You let people come up even if they totally disagree with you. You hold space for them, and then you don't bring your facts. Right? We're not here to argue opinions.
Yeah,
so I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. I do. Thank you. I try to have a panel. I want people to disagree with me. I don't want to have people up here that just surround me and tell me how good I am all the time. I want people to come up and disagree with me so we can have good conversations, and we can do that respectfully without, losing our temper. Now, I openly admit I will give you the same energy you give. So if you come up telling me how stupid my religion is, then I'm going to tell you how stupid it is that you believe you come from a rock. And I think religion is way better than coming from a rock. So I'll give the same energy given. If you show respect, I'll give respect. And I'll give respect and expect for you to show respect.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's nice to be obviously I don't have much opposition for you, but it's nice to be able to just have a chat with somebody.
Yeah.
Too sometimes, back and forth. So get things cleared up and just see what other people's take are too. So.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I got told today about the rabbit chewing its cud. So that's first I heard that. So that was interesting to be able to research something I haven't really heard before and bring an argument for us. That's why I do. That's why I thoroughly enjoy it. I want to strengthen the faith of the Christians and bring in the atheists.
Yeah, I just got out of church and flipped on, and you were on there, and I caught probably about halfway through, I'd imagine. But I was like, man, for a second there, I'm like, I hope that's a different meaning, because that's instantly what I thought, because I was like, I really like rabbit. I grew up hunting it, and I was like, I don't want to miss that one's rabbit.
Yeah, we're not under those old laws anymore, so we can. I mean, I love bacon, dude. If we got bacon taken away from us again, I'd be pretty upset about it.
Yeah, I had my mom with me, and she would come back from church, David, and we were both joking about it. She's like, "Oh man, that'd be a shame, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah, it'd be pretty bad. Couldn't eat rabbit no more."
All right, guys. Well, I do appreciate the everyone staying in the comments for as long as they have. I appreciate the lively conversations that we've had. But I've been doing this now for 4 hours and 28 minutes. So I think since we don't have any more guests coming up, I've kind of run through them and destroyed all the atheists. I think I'm going to call it a day.
Sounds good. You have a blessed day.
All right, brother. Yeah, man, you do the same. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
People think the world's gone to hell.
Believe it or not, this is not clickbait. Every time I do a live on End Times, somebody always comes in and tries to convince me that Donald John Trump is the Antichrist. So let me put a couple of disclaimers out there before we get started. If you think that this is going to be a political discussion, then you probably want to find somewhere else to watch, because this is not going to be that. You're not going to learn how to vote. If you think Trump man good or Trump man bad, you're not going to change your opinion by anything I say here. You're going to have the same opinion.